EA, Madden, NFL, and Madden competitive gaming on YouTube as well. Right, it is back to the FIFA 21 action right here, though. Mike, South America, you said that you were hyped for it. You wanted to hear some Vamos, and some of these competitors, well, some of the names are new, but some of them that we will be seeing, we all know, we all love, and we all know that they are some of the best FIFA 21 players, the best FIFA 21 players in this region.
You like double dipped with it. I like that.
Now you can see Becerra. He will be competing right here in the 5th qualifier. It's a great opportunity for him. We will be focusing on him a little bit later on. SPQR's Felipe, he will also be competing, hoping to be crowned champion of South America. Next up, well, another competitor that will be dreaming of getting back to the top, Gabriel PNR10. Can he do it? We'll find out today. And the next competitor that will be hoping for glory, Valen. We've seen him before, qualifier number 2. And he's back to right the wrongs and hopefully be crowned champion of South America in the 5th regional qualifier right here. Mike, I said the best players and the best player because, you know, some of these guys, they have really shown that they want to be the best, but some of them have shown they are the best.
And something that I really like when we go region to region, because we've had this opportunity, obviously the world has been very different for the last year, so we've had these regionals, we get to see more competitors, we get to see more competitors from each region, but the stylistic approach to playing FIFA as well. So for example, in South America, a lot of the guys are really gifted with player lock early on, where some of the other regions lagged in that department. Some of them you get more of the skills, the flicks, the tricks, the flair, the emotion, what it means to the people. I'm almost out of breath there, but I'm definitely pretty pumped for the action. As long as we don't see the clean sheets, that's the only thing I'm against these days. I don't want clean sheets. I don't want holding the ball. I don't want buses or drivers or people that drive those buses. I don't want that collaborative effort.
We don't want any of that right here, and hopefully our competitors won't bring any of it today. Let's have a look at our bracket right now and those names who they will be facing. We start off in the winners final, and as you can see, Becerra, he takes on Felipe. Both of those hoping for a spot in that grand final, and then it's Gabriel R10, well, he will be hoping to make his way through to that losers final, but it's Cruz Valen who'll be hoping to stop him. Brandon Smith, let's talk about one of our competitors that we haven't seen, and you mentioned it before, he's not even been on the stream, he's not been here yet, this is his first time, and it's the last qualifier.
Yeah, he's one of the only free agents as well that's, you know, gone on one of these incredible runs. It's Becerra. The story is only 16 players will make the Xbox playoffs here in South America. I think we've already seen about 15 spots already secure. So there's one spot for grabs, and it's his spot potentially. All he has to do is win one game tonight, which will then allow him to get even more Global Series points. And then, speak about leaving it late, you know, leaving it to the very last game. He makes the playoffs just off one tournament, the first ever run he's been on in a broadcast, and he could be on his way to the playoffs if he can win just one game. But it's in a winners matchup against a very, very good player.
It is indeed, and this is what the FIFA 21 Global Series rankings look like on the Xbox side of things in South America. There are competitors right there. Gabriel, he sits at the top, 2,098. Then Crew Valen, and then it's Felipe, and then it's MGCF Becerra, as Brandon said, sitting in 17th. Can he climb one spot right there? I'm sure we will find out. Now let's have a look at the entire rankings. That's how our competitors stand on the rankings. 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 17th. But what do the entire FIFA Global Series rankings look like, you ask? Well, I can show you very, very shortly. And we can see it right now. Sitting at the top, Resende, he's not here. P18, he's not here. It's Gabriel who sits in 3rd. That is the highest competitor. Then it's Valen. And Richard, looking from 9 to 16, well, it gets so tight.
Yeah, you can just see how tight the discrepancy of points is there. 12th through 16th, 29 points. Super competitive, and rounding out 17 through 24, Brandon. A familiar face in 24th, Janos. Not the best of seasons, though.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, you saw the top half of it. The reason that you're thinking there's finito in that conversation, he's in 16th place. He took a spot from the Conmebol E Libertadores, so that is why he's not involved in this conversation. It's between Denny and it's between Ibezera. So that is why we're talking about this in the best way possible. Only one of those two, Kyle, can take the playoff spot, and it depends. Denny's not involved in this. He's sitting back and just watching, going, please do not win a game. If he loses, then he takes that playoff spot. So a lot to unfold in this last qualifier, which makes it really interesting.
Mike, it just shows you how one weekend can change your life. For Ibezera right there, this weekend, it's make or break.
Definitely make or break, but I still think we're downplaying. Or maybe Brandon's slightly downplaying. This guy's 17th. It's not as if he hasn't been playing this year. We might not have seen him on a bunch of broadcasts and making these deep runs. I mean, this is the Final Four, but he has been consistent. He's still got that point allocation, so now he gets to control everything. It's in his own hands. You couldn't ask for more. Literally, it's in his own hands. Virtually, he's doing this. One win, made it sound easy. I don't know if it's that easy. I'll be very transparent with you, but at least you could control your destiny, and that's better than a lot of the time. Sometimes you're sitting at home waiting to see what's going to happen.
And just to add on to that as well, to jump into the conversation, I think this is the tournament for Gabriel to go and win, because he keeps on making events. He's made 4 out of 5 qualifiers this year, but he's yet to win one because he's had PH Jin in his way, he's had Resenda in his way. Difference tonight, guys, neither of those players are in this Final Four. So I think Gabriel to go and win this, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Kyle.
Richard, go for it,
Yeah.
go for it.
Just that extra thing. Gabriel could win 1 out of the 5 qualifiers, but because of the consistency he's had, he could be going to the playoffs as the top-ranked seed. That is very, very impressive. And sort of region that's being dominated predominantly by 2 players, it's with Gabriel sneaking in as that number 1 seed if he can go and take the trophy tonight.
And Brandon, it does show you that it's not just a sprint. Yes, some of our competitors, they will obviously qualify for playoffs because they've done so well at the beginning of the competitive season. But if you can end the competitive season on a high, well, you take that momentum into playoffs and then hopefully into the FIFA E World Cup.
No, definitely. I think, as you said, we don't know when those playoffs are going to be yet. We haven't had a date being announced to the FIFA community. But, echoing what Mike said as well, yes, we only see the top 4 players here, but there's so many people that are making top 8 runs, top 16 runs. But because we don't see them now and over the duration of these 5 qualifiers, they don't get spoken about. And that's the same story across all the regions this year in the Global Series. So that's one reason why I also can't wait for the playoffs, because we actually get to see names that haven't needed to make a broadcast but still make the playoffs just because of the consistency that they have been able to show.
Oh, it makes it even more exciting. All of our competitors will be going head-to-head, hoping that they can secure a place, not just at the playoffs, but keep that momentum building and going. Mike, it should be a great day, talking about newcomers, some of the old guard as well. It feels like everything's setting up for a little bit of drama, a little bit of entertainment.
And also, we take a deeper dive in South America in particular. Every year, I always feel like there's new names that are ready to go. They're ready to win events, and they're not shy to make this their moment. We've always talked about different storylines and narratives, with South America in particular, and how they are easily right up there with Europe in terms of the amount of competitors they send to events and the results that the competitors get. They're able to travel well. These guys don't just stay domestic, they go international.
They do indeed, but it's not the competitors, not just the competitors that are going head-to-head. Well, all 4 of us, we've been having a little bit of a discussion, let's say, a heated discussion around some of the content that's been happening in FIFA 21. Yes, we've been talking all about FUT Birthday, some of the content that has dropped. It was very eagerly anticipated. Everyone in the community's been talking about it, and we thought we would pick our favourite FUT items from the FUT Birthday drop number 1 right here. So we are picking the best out of all of these FUT items. Richard, I just want to start by talking about this content drop right here. Why did everyone absolutely love it? Why did everyone get so excited for it, Richard?
Well, a couple of reasons, Kyle. Firstly, I mean, very rarely in FIFA do we get weak foot and skill move upgrades. It's one of the most sort of in-demand areas of the game, and this promo is all based around that factor. And also the SBCs. The SBCs were the main talking point of this promo, whether it be Vidal, Renato Sanchez, early on with Ozil and Royce. There was top-tier endgame items released in SBCs that never come out at any other time of the year. It is the number 1 promo in my eyes, post Team of the Year, that we have to look forward to.
And let's have a look at who we've all chosen right here as our best picks from this one. I mean, that's some incredible FUT items right there. Let's all have a bit of the discussion. Let's bring it online then, why we've been talking about it. I'm going to start, all right. Ferland Mendy, that's obviously my choice. I was getting sick and tired of seeing the gold, the normal FUT item in everyone's team. Everyone was having it. So look at this one. It was improved. No one thought it could get better. Everyone needs a bit of colour in their life as well. Look at that. It looks beautiful. The artwork looks great. And now everyone's introducing this one into their squads as well. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better with Mendy. Well, there you go, Richard.
I bet you like cheese sandwiches playing as well, don't you? Give a bit of originality, Kyle. Come on. Ooh, I'm going to pick the best left back in the game and just looking for his upgrade. Come on, Kyle. There's nothing new, nothing original there. He's barely upgraded. He's so much more expensive than his 83. And in my opinion, I just think it's not worthwhile, the upgrade. I'll be honest with you.
Says Mr. Inaki Williams. Come on then, tell us all about it.
Yeah, Inaki Williams, he got the skill move upgrade, 5-star skills. It's Spanish La Liga strikers are at a premium. There's not a lot of good Spanish La Liga strikers. You want to go and spend 1 million coins on Ansu Fati, you get Inaki Williams just over 200k, a top player, 5-star skills, great weak foot, and he's big, he's physical, Ronaldo-esque. I think he's a top player.
Oh, wow. Chucking in the Ronaldo-esque. And Mike LaBelle, talk to us why you chose yours.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe favorite is the word I want to use here, because I think if we're going best, we should probably discuss Sane from the initial drop with Team 1. But Podolski, when you get a variation of Podolski, this is basically a legendary FUT item if you look at the stats. He's got the skill moves now, which he's probably not even going to have when he has a reintroduction into FIFA at a different stage. He's always had the long shooting and the power that he's able to generate, but now he's got the pace, the strength to shove somebody around, split in the defense. Center backs never stood a chance, and I've had a couple weekend leagues where he's been very special to me. And you can get that Ozil link. He talked about the importance of this promo. A big thing that EA did with this promo in particular is they give you a lot of players that link together as well, so you can incorporate them into starting 11s, no problem. I have 5 in my starting 11 right now.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's all right for some. It's all right for some. You've got 5. Don't show off, Mike, all right? The Twitch chat will not be happy with that. Let's go to the birthday boy right now to talk about FUT Birthday. Brandon Smith, talk us through your choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a fairy tale story. Me and Junior Sambia, I got him in my party bag originally. He wasn't really getting into the team, and I was using Ferland Mendy. Richard Buckley came into one of my streams and went, why don't you play Sambia in at fullback? I play him on the left-hand side, so he's a right-back by trade. He's got a 5-star skill moves if you want that for a fullback. That's not the main priority, but a 4-star weak foot as well. A huge upgrade from his original silver item, an 86 overall now. Full of pace, so good defensively. And again, a player that can bomb on forward. And I think he's just a very, very good player and someone that I really recommend if you can go and get him into your team and make it work chemistry-wise.
Oh, Rich came into my streaming friends right now. Drop in the Twitch chat who you think is the best one out of that. Your favourite one from FUT Birthday as well. I want to interact with you in there. Now back to the competitive action. Yes, we will be getting into our first matchup very, very soon. We are starting in the winners bracket side of things. We've got our winners bracket final. 2 competitors hoping to make their way through to the grand final right now. Can they do it? Where we will be finding that out right here in the 5th and final qualifier in South America. So do not go anywhere. We will be taking you through the action all evening, morning, wherever you are in the world, wherever you are joining us. Make sure you stick around and we'll be back after this short break.
Every day, however long it takes us. We got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. for the everyday, however long it takes us. Leave conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. We are in South America. It is the fifth and final qualifier. My name's Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle, and we want you guys to, well, get in touch, all right? Please do. We want to hear from you, not just in the Twitch chat. I told you to get involved on all of the FUT Birthday conversation, but you can use the mention at EA Sports FIFA right there and get involved on Twitter using the hashtag FGS21 as well. So make sure you get that done. Now, you are watching the English broadcast right now, but there are other broadcasts for you to put on the Twitch if you want, or put onto the internet as well. If you're thinking, oh, I fancy, let's say, Spanish today, well, you can do. I don't speak any Spanish, but you can go right there to Facebook, EA Sports FIFA, Latam, and on Twitch as well. And if you're thinking, do you know what? I don't want the English one. I don't want the Spanish one. I fancy a little bit of Portuguese. Well, we've got you covered as well, all right? EA Sports FIFA Brazil right there on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook as well. Make sure you do go, and that is where you'll be able to find those ones right there. Right, there's plenty of action coming your way, plenty of FIFA 21 action coming your way, and it's all courtesy of, well, Mercado Libre. So you watching from Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, if you visit Mercado Libre, you'll find exclusive sales in gaming products. Enjoy fast shipping and update your setups today. Mercado Libre has everything you need. Mike, right, let's get back talking about all of this FIFA 21 action. We are going straight into the winners bracket final right here, and two players that haven't been, well, really involved in some of the broadcasts for this season. Bezerra, as we said before, it's his first time, but he could creep into those playoff spots. It's super exciting for him.
Well, I can't wait to watch Bezerra as well, because without having the broadcast, we don't have as much information. So this is kind of not only his debut for his broadcast performance, but also for the viewers and us here on the analyst end or on the commentator side of really getting a better feel for what we're going to get with some of the intrinsic build-up play, or is he going to be very aggressive, very defensive, something a little more balanced. And I thought you were going to tell me that I needed to go to Mercado Libre and upgrade my setup. And that's where I thought you were sending this. I was like, this man is telling me that I got to make improvements ASAP.
No, look at that. You've got the lighting set up, beautiful people in the background. You've got your broken controllers, I'm guessing, because
They're over here. Yeah. We recycle.
Yeah, yours is perfect. Don't worry about that one right there. But this weekend, it's a great opportunity. Obviously, we're on the Xbox side of things today. Two big names haven't made it to the last four, which shows that this is difficult. And all of our competitors, well, he's got a great chance of winning.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's once you get to this point, it's anybody's game, and we've both been a part of many broadcasts where it doesn't really matter. I mean, of course, you'd like to have the advantage going through the winners bracket, being undefeated, but with the winners and losers bracket, we see a lot of competitors come from that losers bracket, and they're able to force resets. It happens time and time again.
Right, let's have a look at our player bios right now. This is the competitors that will be going head-to-head. As you can see, MGCF Bezerra. Gustavo's his first name, date of birth, he was born in 2001. He's from Brazil. Favorite formation, 4-1-2-1-2. Favorite club, Palmeiras, right there. And first FIFA title, FIFA 15. Now he will be coming up against his opponent, a man that will be hoping to stop him, SBQR's Felipe I5L. First name, Felipe, born in 2003. He's also a Brazilian. Favorite formation, 4-4-2. He's not got a favorite club. He supports SPQI, supports himself. And the first FIFA title, FIFA 18. And he'll be hoping that on this FIFA title right now, he'll be able to cause a little bit of damage. Right, it's so exciting. No clean sheet. That's our thing. We need to get some t-shirts printed with it. And hopefully that will continue. We do not want any clean sheets right here.
So we're just gonna wear dirty shirts. Just want to wear dirty shirts. And you know what? Clean sheets. Don't give me a clean shirt. No, sir. Everything's gotta have something on there. We want some character in our lives. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I was just gonna say I never felt so old in my life. We got Felipe, who doesn't have a team yet that he supports. First FIFA 18. And also Bezerra on the other end, FIFA 15. Great title, great opening title. If you remember the body feint in the chat, please, if there's a body feint emote, that'd be fantastic. I used to have one of those, but good times. Very arcadey, very fast-paced. The same way that we're going to see the FIFA today. Fast-paced.
That is what we want right now. And Mike, I want to talk a little bit about the teams, because we did see obviously that drop that with the promo drop where it is FUT Birthday, all right, and we are going to be seeing some of those implemented, and it does adapt, it does change from week to week, doesn't it?
Yeah, and what we're seeing for the common introductions of FUT Birthday players, mostly Team 2, but the likes of Renato Sanchez, Vidal, who I absolutely back 100%. I'm going to co-sign him heavily. It makes sense that we're going to see Mendy. We already saw Mendy prior to this upgraded Mendy, so of course, if you have the option, why wouldn't you make the upgrade? We've also seen the likes of even Royce maybe coming in off the bench, not usually used as a starter, but FUT Birthday has been a fantastic promo. There's so many players that are easy to introduce into the squad, and they give you that dynamic, prolific capability.
Right, let's get into it then. Both of our players are very, very nearly ready, and we can have a look at how they line up ahead of this winners bracket final right now. So let's have a look at their team, starting with this, well, both of them right now. And as we said, well, plenty of new additions. Mbappe featured in both of them. Team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Mike LaBelle, just on first glance, what do you make of some of these teams?
So we have two completely different types of setups. When you're looking at Felipe's team, he's got more of the pro setup, where you got the Blues Clues pairing between Cristiano Ronaldo and Mbappe on the other side of the screen. But here, we're refocused. I was going to say here with, okay, but we're going over here. I'm directing traffic. So this is more of your traditional pro setup, where you got the likes of Mendy, Varane, Cancelo, James. You're going to see Cancelo out wide, Kulusevski, which means that you can play the 5 at the back. Which is always a favorable option for pro players. They like to have that in their back pocket in case you want to have some versatility, you want to change the game plan. But then on the other side, we're looking at Bizarre in his team. He's got still some of the household names, which you see Tamari, who's not commonly used, not at the pro level. You see that new Bender, Lars Bender, highly recommend him. I love him, Mbabu as well as a fullback. We might see Mbabu used as a center back. I could see some interchangeability there. You've also got Hernandez, and you've got that brand new Ronaldo featured in both these squads. And Atal's making an appearance. What?
Well, there we have it, both of those teams. That is how the competitors line up right now. And Mike, as you said, there was quite a few surprises, and that's because, well, there are some squad limitations for all of our players. Now, I do think we can see exactly what the squad limitations are. Well, you can use up to any combination of icon or team of the year players, 2 of those, up to 3 non-icon or team of the year players, above 90. All other players must have an over 89 or below right now. So all those other players have to be below 89. Your goalkeeper, though, has no restrictions and does not count towards any of these limits. So if you've got Edwin van der Sar, as we saw, obviously an icon within the game, well, that doesn't count towards your 2 icons or team of the year players right now. So Mike LaBelle, considering all of these restrictions, would you say that they're quite strong, these teams?
Of course, both the teams are very strong. It's part of Ultimate Team. You're not going to see elite level players that don't have quality teams, just because you're always grinding the weekend league, getting rewards, and then making the reinvestment into your squad, the constant improvements. I was going to say that was pretty cool. We got to look at the teams. I felt like I was driving a squad review, machine or something. It's like going to the left, going to the right. I haven't had this option before. I was over here triggering it. I was directing the traffic. No, it's really interesting to see how squads kind of come together, and also preference, what players we're going to see utilized, and how players interpret, I guess or how competitors interpret different players in their starting 11s.
Right, let's get straight into it. We've seen how both competitors do line up, and it's time to kick the winners bracket final off in the 5th and final regional qualifier. Is South America, so let's throw it straight across to Richard and Brandon to get things started.
Thank you very much, Carla, Mike. And yes, for the final time, the last dance you could play in South America. Qualifier number 5 is now upon us. Of course, my name Brandon Smith, and that man next to me, Richard Buckley, guiding you through all the action tonight. And an interesting bracket we've got in front of us, Richard. Gabriel, a name we've seen before. Of course, Alain had a top 4 finish last month. Felipe's popped up here and there, but Bizarre, the man that's got a chance to make playoffs tonight in the last qualifier of the year, popped out of nowhere, you'd say.
No, absolutely. I mean, when you consider his position, 17th, he's clearly had decent run-ins in the qualifiers, but his first broadcast in the last qualifier of the season, we talked about it in the pre-show, do or die. This is a sort of fight or flight moment right now. If you win this game, you get a playoff spot. Simple as that. That is the only thing running through his mind right now. Win this game, and you set up for the rest of the season. Lose this game, FIFA 21's wrote off.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Win this game, playoffs is on the cards. You will take the final spot on the Xbox. Only 16 spots available, 13 of those coming from qualifiers, 3 of them coming from the CONMEBOL Eliminatorios. If you can remember that tournament rightly, it was Benito, of course, Resende, and P8 who all took that. Speaking of P8 and Resende, I mean, are they just putting their feet up? Is it a case of they're not involved in this one? I didn't see P8 didn't have as deep as a run, but Resende was 1 or 2 games away, Richard, from getting into this broadcast, making it pretty much 4 out of the 5 qualifiers we've been involved in.
Yeah, so I can tell you both players participated in this qualifier. Felipe beat PH in 5-4 in the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. He then lost to Valen 4-1 in the losers bracket. On the other side of that, the Resende losing 2-1 to Claver in the losers bracket himself. So both players going out in the exact same round. Losers bracket, round 1. Here we go, underway in our winners bracket final between Bazera and Felipe. It's going to be Bazera kicking from left to right in the white and from right to left in the SPQR kit. It's going to be Felipe.
Of course, this being our winners matchup as well, Richard. So much on the line here. If you win this game, you're into the grand final. Alongside that, I hear you ask, what does come with it? Well, there's prize money, there's Global Series ranking points on the line. MGCF Bezerra, it's his first qualifier of the year. Qualifier number 5, he finds himself in with an incredible unbeaten run. Of course, to get to this winners final, you have to go unbeaten throughout the whole tournament process. Look at some of the names he did knock down on the way through in the quarterfinals. It was a 4-3 win against Igor and then beating Diogo of Team Duck, 6-3. On the flip side for SPQR, Felipe, it's the second time we've seen him make a latter stage run in the broadcast. He had a win against PH, as you talk about. It was a massive win for him. And then he went to beat Gabriel. I mean, that's, what, second place he beat and third place he beat within the rankings. That in itself is ridiculous in terms of sort of taking down those big names. But also just goes to show really how competitive this region is and how competitive this scene, of course, has been all year long. Could be a chance early on here for Felipe. Of course, him kicking from right to left in that SPQR strip in this game. On the flip side, that white Brazilian strip, white shirt and blue shorts, it will be MPFC's Bezerra.
You just see Bruno Fernandes there on the ball, picking up quite a lot of space in the middle of the pitch already. I think it's going to be sort of the game as we can expect to see it. Felipe high in possession, holding the ball and looking to use those directional nutmegs and those particular skill moves that he requires on the edge of the box to break through. On the other side of that, Bezerra just looking to counter-attack. First time, I think, ever that we've seen Lothar Matthäus, the mid version of Lothar Matthäus as well, not even the prime, involved in a qualifier squad. I would assume that he's probably packed in maybe a mid or prime, or maybe out of an untradeable pack himself. Be interested to see how Matthäus can cope with the team of the years around him.
What do you make of the overall look of these teams, Richard? As you know, for those that have just tuned in, there are squad restrictions in place. You're only allowed 2 sort of team of the years or icon players in your team. It depends who you go for. What a ball that could be for Kylian Mbappe. It's very heavy. On the feet of the French forward for Felipe. More about teams after this attack does get broken down. Bruno Fernandes into that Kuleveski, the future star item off to Monte Calcio. Wants the ball in to see Steven. It's a nice reverse elastico. Brilliant block from, I think, Tamori at the back. A couple of interesting picks in both of these two teams. Of course, that is following the restrictions, but also adding a couple of those players that have sort of come out in the recent promos across the last weeks and months.
He's one of them players right there. Yusuf Attal, what a player he is. 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot. An outstandingly good foot item.
Could be a chance around the corner, potentially so. It's Hernandez. All the way from fullback. The in-form man from AC Milan. Makes it 1-0 for the player that has to win this game. to get playoffs in the bag.
Yeah, coming up from left wing back there, Tio Hernandez. Looks like he is in a 5-back. Becerra. Just using the overlap, getting Hernandez forward. He's one of those fullbacks that can do a job in the inside the attacking box. He can create chances. He can score goals. Huge reply. Cristiano Ronaldo with the goal for Felipe. You just saw the celebration as well. Clutching up Mr. Ronaldo. Mr. Clinical for Felipe. One apiece. That lead for Becerra. Well, it didn't last long. And the pressure that he must be feeling right now in a must-win game of FIFA. We talked about it before. The story coming into this game. Shakespeare probably couldn't write a better drama period piece. Win this game, your season continues. You will have a spot in the playoffs. However, if you lose this game, well, unfortunately, that's it. FIFA 21 on a competitive level is over for you. Chance here with Cristiano Ronaldo playing back to Lothar Matthäus. Now into Neymar. Kylian Mbappe looking to turn his man. Little ball into Ronaldo. Sanchez on the scoop turn. That extra fake shot. And then slotted past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. Big goal for Becerra. 2-1. The underdog leads. Two goals to one. Becerra just approaching half-time here. And again, Felipe going to have to come back from behind if he wants to go into the break in this first leg with a positive to his name, whether that be a level scoreline or a lead for the SBQR man. Renato Sanchez on the edge of the box, twisting and turning. Lots of white shirts in front of him. And a combination of Lothar Matthäus and that FUT Birthday Renato Sanchez, who I might add, after my own experience with him, is a remarkable centre-mid CDM. Even Cam, he's just so good. The referee will take us into half-time at 2-1. And that will do it. 45 minutes gone here in your winners bracket final between Becerra and Felipe.
Just kicking off with that 5-3-2 in game. It's Theo Hernandez being the perfect prime example of what a fullback can do for you in this formation. He can bob on forward, not just assist goals, but also get on the score sheet. He did that for MGFC's Becerra. If you don't know the story of this game, there's so much riding on it. There's 15 of the 16 spots already locked in for these Xbox Global Series playoffs. The two that are remaining is between GFC Denny 7, who currently with 16 points, just 16 Global Series ranking points, ahead of Becerra. If Becerra wins this game, as you know, he jumps up sort of in the threshold of those Global Series points with the winners final. That'll be playoffs in the bag. But if you're Denny right now, Rich, I mean, you're just sitting there and praying, really, aren't you, that Felipe goes and does a job. You probably bought an SBQR top and you're wearing it to hope it gives you some sort of luck.
Yeah, not only that, but you'll probably be reflecting on the season that you've had. Why couldn't I have done this in certain areas? If I'd have just won this game, I would have put myself in this predicament. All those thoughts will be racing through his mind. But there's a lot of FIFA left to be played. Let's not count anybody out yet. Let's not count anybody's playoff spot in.
And the way we are. 2 legs of FIFA has been the storyline in terms of the format all year long. Of course, if you do lose this game, you won't be out of the tour. It's a long ball forward into Yusuf Attal that wins that battle. It's the FUT Birthday man, the Algerian, going forward. Can he find the cutback? He's looking for the scoop turn. Perfect back for Ronaldo! And that's 3 goals to 1.
That's all about Yusuf Atal, the FUT Birthday winger. He's just so quick. He's so direct, but unlike many of the other FUT Birthday players that came out, he just suits the meta so well. 5-star, 5-star. He's agile. He's quite slender. He can nip into those spaces. And you just saw the efficiency that he whipped out that ball roll scoop turn with. It was just so quick. Almost undefendable.
Mbappe. Trying to get things moving. See Atal there. Another prime example of another fullback that has been so clinical and so important in the goals that Zera has been scoring. Ronaldo.
Chance.
Wants to pickpocket the Nigerian fullback again. Ronaldo, ankle toes in the box. Can't find pass or the pocket of space past Reece James.
I don't think he actually intended to do that particular move. He was looking for a directional nutmeg and just went for that touch out of his feet with the sole of his boot. However, in a very good position is MGCF Becerra right now.
Remember, it's a long old game, though, that 2 legs, isn't it? Even with a 2-goal cushion, it might feel a little bit safer. It really isn't. How quickly and how often games just turn on the head in the 2 legs. Building is Felipe. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he find that little pocket of space he's trying to find between that 5 at the back? It's a situation that many pros have to come up against. How do I break it down? How do I find the space I'm looking for? And on the flip side, how can I use it to my advantage? Look at the space for Atal there. Looking for another one, potentially so. Into the pause menu. We shall go with not so long left in leg 1, 22 minutes away. However, right now he'll be over the moon with the start he's had. This was a qualifier that took place a couple of weeks ago, so you've had a week or two to look back on that qualifier, look back on how things have gone, and then you've got to try and come into this one knowing that if I can just win this 2-legged game, yes, I'll be in a grand final. Yes, I'll get all the accolades alongside that of getting a top 2 finish in qualifier 5. But the bigger picture, Rich, I will be at those playoffs.
Well, I mean, he was also so good in those qualifiers leading into this. He was in the winner's bracket. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't even drop a game. He was perfect in qualifying. When you consider what he's done and where he's at right now, he's got nothing to be worried about, does Becerra. Just having a little look at the changes being made here. It looks like Atal's going to be coming on. Renato Sanchez going back into centre-back with a midfield 3 of Fernandez, Atal, and Neymar in that 5-3-2.
Atal, because you said, comes into a central midfield position now. Let's see what he can do in that area. Just tune in. This is EA Sports FIFA 21 Global Series qualifier number 5. We're bringing you the action from South America. I think, as you can see by reaction there, it looks like maybe a chance has gone in for it. Mbappe, brilliant directional nutmeg, and it's an even better goal. You would not think this player has only just made his first ever broadcast in South America, because he is oozing with confidence.
And again, the directional nutmeg. Such an effective skill move. Such a needed skill move to have in your arsenal. Especially when you compare that and combine that with how effective the skill move is when using a Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo or a Team of the Year Kylian Mbappe. Just, I said it earlier about the ball scoop turn. The directional nutmeg in the right area with the right player is indefendable.
It's gone from a 2-goal cushion to a 3 now. For MGCS Becerra. We've made a mistake here for Felipe. If he can capitalise on it, Ronaldo around the corner, potentially so directional nutmeg. CR7 on the rebound. He gets it in the air. Just squeezes that one in. To a 3-goal advantage, just to a 2 now.
You got to admit, quite a fortunate goal, in all honesty. The ball bouncing back up off of the goalkeeper. Cristiano Ronaldo jumping highest inside the box. And just nodding into an empty net with the goalkeeper still on the floor. 4 goals to 2. Second leg of action will be coming up. But Becerra can't take his foot off the gas, can't ease up here if he wants to continue his pursuit of the playoffs.
Just talking on the flip side of that, Rich, obviously we're here in Qualifier 5. You know, you look across the other 2 competitors that are involved in tonight's bracket. It's 3rd and 4th, Valen and Gabriel, and then of course we know Felipe. It's in 8th at the moment. So all these people have played at playoffs. I mean, they're all going to the playoffs, I should say. Does that change motivations for players at all? Or is it just all a case of, you know, I still want to win tonight. I still want to be the winner of qualifier number 5. That's something that I can get into my social media bio, and it'll be an accolade for me that will go and work in my favour sort of moving forward when you're looking at new contracts and the FIFA 22 season.
Absolutely. Everyone, if you made it to a top 4, you're not just playing to sort of show face. You've turned up to win. You're playing this qualifier right now to be victorious, to win some prize money as well, some decent prize money.
Yeah, looking at that prize money, $15,000 prize pots. All of these Xbox qualifiers. There's been 5 of them. And that's without even looking towards those playoffs. Last chance of the game will fall to SBQR's Felipe. It's defended well by Becerra. Player that must win this 2-legged game. With a spot in a grand final, would guarantee himself playoffs. Neymar, back to Ronaldo, goes for that finesse. It's blocked well. And that should do us for leg number 1. Here in our first and opening game in the winners' final in South America. MGCF Becerra leads by 4 goals to 2. He could have left with a 3-goal sort of scoreline, Richie, but CR7 pickpocketed the defence. He did very well to win the header. It was maybe quite a fortunate goal. But still, a 2-goal cushion. We're a long way sort of from that end of the game. There's still a second leg to come up in it, but certainly would give him the confidence and the perfect place to sort of build upon. That was a really good performance overall.
Yeah, incredible first leg when you consider the ramifications that were on this game. Plenty of goals as well, so Mike Lobel will be a very happy bunny himself. Clean sheets, not here in our opening match. 4 goals to 2, the scoreline. We do have a second leg to come up as well. Becerra opened the scoreline with that goal from Theo Hernandez. You can see the reaction as that ball went in to the back of the net, but there was lots of goals to talk about. Cristiano Ronaldo finding the bottom left corner after that first time fake shot, a shake of the head from Felipe. That head will have been shaken a lot more as Renato Sanchez scooped away from his defender and slotted it into the bottom left corner. Renato Sanchez, just such a good player. That FUT Birthday Renato. It was good before, whether it was the inform or even the road to the final, the Europa League live FUT item. But as soon as Lille got knocked out and then the FUT Birthday came out as well, it was just it was a glorious moment, wasn't it? Potentially as well, I saw there was a little bit of criticism with how highly rated he was. I think people were expecting maybe an 88 or an 89, but that Renato Sanchez at 87 rated, regardless of his rating, plays like a 95. He's an incredible in-game FUT item. You see 4 goals right there for Becerra, all flying in. He'll be disappointed as that one goes in. It was a mistake on the edge of the box, and Felipe capitalised on it as Ronaldo headed in the rebound.
Yeah, just to sort of add on to that, I mean, Renato Sanchez was always a player that was in the conversation at the beginning of the year, even with just that basic inform, but then the road to the final came up. But that's going to do us for our first leg here in South America. We're going to head to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have that second leg for you in the winners' final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Better beware, down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, you can bear what we keep coming back, that's how we go. We go renegade style, they do it don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, but we don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of the champion.
Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America qualifier number 5 with myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley. We've just seen leg 1 conclude in our winners' final. Rich, a game that gave us 6 goals in the end. I mean, clean sheets weren't on the cards, but plenty of goals were. And one thing that I wanted to talk about briefly was that both players setting up in that 5-3-2 formation that seems to be so popular, but showing why it's so good offensively as well, because I saw Atal get himself a couple of assists in that last game, and also Theo Hernandez all the way from left wing back bagging a really important goal. So it goes to show, yes, defensively it's solid, but going forward it's always offering you those extra avenues, and it's really good at sort of creating chances.
Well, the reason that we saw such an expansive game being played was because both players played in the 5-3-2. It wasn't one player attacking versus one player defending. It was just 2 FIFA players competing, 2 FIFA players playing against each other, whereas typically when you'll see maybe a 4-4-2 against a 5-3-2, it's the 5-3-2 player defending more, soaking up pressure more, and then playing on the counter-attack. When you've just got 2 5-3-2s against each other, just whoever plays better wins the game. Hence why we saw so many goals.
Yeah, no, it was a great game, wasn't it, in the end, in that first leg. 4 goals to 2. Of course, MGFC's Pro wins this one at this moment in time. If he wins the whole thing, he will be on his way to a playoffs. But as I said, it's been between him, GFC Denny 7 and Becerra, who will take spot 16 in the Global Series playoffs here in South America. There was only 13 spots up for grabs in those 5 qualifiers, Rich. So if you made a top 4 in just one, or a top 8 maybe on 2 occasions, you're always making the playoffs. And I mean, I look across the board here. We haven't seen Vinny in a broadcast before. We haven't seen Bordeaux 8. We haven't seen Arthur Sepp. We haven't seen Oli Santu. There's so many players that we haven't seen on a broadcast. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're not on a broadcast. As long as you're still getting top 16s 2 or 3 times, top 8s a couple of times, and you're just getting enough points, that will get you over the line. And then that will get you to a broadcast.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think when you consider the players that have also won the events, Brandon, because we've had 2 winners in Resende and PHZin, and then 3 with Gabriel Pien, who's made pretty much every single qualifier. The players who are winning the events and the players who are making the events, 3 out of 4 are the exact same every single broadcast. So it's just the players at the top extending their lead on everybody else, but the pack, shall we say, from 16 to 6 is super congested and super tight, and it has come down to weekend league, and it has come down to those extra placement spots.
Here we go, the pack underway. It will be SPQR Felipe from left to right in this one. And MGCF Becerra from right to left. All to play for here. Remember, has to win this one, Becerra. If he wins it, he will be on his way to those Global Series playoffs. Really interesting selection of teams. And the exciting thing is, Rich, when we have playoffs, depending on when team of the season drops, how it drops, who comes into that conversation or even into the promos week after week, I think we're yet to hear when those playoffs are going to be, but sort of seems like June, July time's in the conversation for most of the Global Series playoff events. Who comes in? It's going to make things exciting.
Yeah, well, team of the season's going to be well and truly underway, maybe even coming towards the end. And who knows, with the summer of football that we're going to have, with the Euros, there might be more promos down the line. So certainly there's a lot of space for opportunities for future content to be coming out in the summer as well. So I'm more than excited. I'm very excited for the summer of football.
I was expecting a big word to come there.
I was thinking about it, but I couldn't think.
I was waiting for a big word. Interested to see Kulusevski make one of those centre midfield positions in the team. Of course, in game that would have changed to ensure he can fit in. He's hustling like hell in the boxes. The future star Swede from Piemonte Calcio. As he said, he looks like he's playing one of those 3 midfielder roles in the 5-3-2. Alongside Bruno Fernandes. Of course, that team of the year star who's been so good. And also Neymar in there. So not really sort of an out-and-out defensive player that some would look to use. Is he going to be on side there? Just off is Renato Sanchez. It also means that Renato Sanchez starts as a centre-back along that back five. I guess it gives you the option in game to then change out and to then bring in another box-to-box-esque midfielder. Into whichever formation you then want to go and play, whether that be a 4-2-3 or a 4-4-2. The list goes on. Chance building for Felipe here of SBQ up. He's been trailing in all scenarios at the moment against this player in the hot seat that has had the tournament too. Remember, the first ever broadcast he's made, the first ever time he's gone past the top 16. Or I should say the final 8 across the 5 qualifiers. And this is what we're going to see. I mean, it's the same story every single year in competitive FIFA. Some players come in peaks, some players remain really consistent over the year. And, you know, whether that be a Matthias Bonanno, who we must say is actually not involved in tomorrow's qualifier. You know, PHG would expect to say also Resende. Yes, they might not be in the top 4 now, but they have been so consistent at making top 8 finishes, top 4 finishes, you know, doing so well in the CONMEBOL Libertadores. You know, these players that have had incredible seasons. How do they stay on top for so long? How will they stay on top heading into those playoffs? Because that's where it's all to play for, with the FIFA E-World Cup in the conversation and sort of down the line that potentially could be on the card for you for the first ever time or for a second or third time, depending on which player from around the world will make that event the pinnacle of the competitive season, the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yeah, I certainly agree, Brendan. The hope that you have for Matthias, PHZ, Resende, etc., is that those players haven't already hit their peak, because that would be a real shame that the players who have dominated this region have hit their peak already and maybe on a downward incline into the latter stages of the season. I want to see Matthias Bonanno at his very best, taking on #Tom, taking on Joxan, etc., from other regions and showing who is the best players, because I've said it for a couple of months now that Matthias Bonanno is the best PlayStation player on the planet, and I want to see him in action against all the other players who are looking to earn that mantle.
Yeah, we just not have been able to see that. Of course, we're super grateful for how the competitive year is still planned out, and I'm sure many players are as well. They've had multiple qualifiers. What a long ball that could be into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. This is Felipe. 38 minutes gone here. The scoreline still remains the same. MGCF Becerra leads by 4-2. He'll be happy to head into half-time without conceding, if that would be possible. Ronaldo, reverse elastico, tries to get the shot away. It's defended well. Just about at the back there by Kevin Mbabu. Still the chances alive. He's waiting patiently for the first time. Finish if it is on for either Neymar or Cristiano Ronaldo. Kulusevski goes for that directional nutmeg. Can't find the pass around the corner. He's about 2 minutes away from into half-time with still 2-goal advantage, and that's all that matters. He won't care if he doesn't score a single goal in this game, Bazaar. As long as he can defend and keep it to 1 goal at most, he would still win the tie and would book a spot in the grand final tonight over on the Xbox. Building. Last chance saloon here of the half. Kuleveski into Mbappe around the corner, potentially so. Can he find the card back? Brilliant fee! Mbappe strikes!
Huge goal in the complexion of this game. Just on the stroke of half-time. Mbappe heel to heel inside the box. Rifling it past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. And leaving that deficit going into the final 45 minutes at only 1 goal for Felipe. It's been all Felipe in the first half. 2 shots, 2 on target. Possession as well. And passing accuracy all in his favour. Cannot wait to see this second half unfold.
As I was alluding to, Rich, in the commentary, interesting to see how he set up his 5-3-2. It's sort of packed with 4 attackers. Then you've also got, yes, a box-to-box midfielder in Bruno Fernandes, but certainly a player that can go forward, and we've seen him go forward and score goals. Interesting way that he's set up, and then as I mentioned, he has got a Renato Sanchez that if later into the game he wants to go into a 4-back, it's an interesting way that he set up this 5-3-2.
I think it's quite a versatile 5-back, isn't it? Because the options are there to change into a 4-2-3-1, into a 4-4-2. There's a lot of variancy in the players that he's picked. And with Team of the Season right around the corner, that variancy only improves as well, because players continue to get higher rated stats, continue to get more well-rounded. I'll just take a player, for example, from the Premier League, who we all assume will get a Team of the Season, Thomas Souček. He could very well be 85 plus in every single stat, even 90 plus potentially. You can play him anywhere on the pitch, whether that be centre-back, full-back, central, out wide. He can literally play any position. Bruno Fernandes is going to be a very similar player as well, in the same vein. So as Team of the Season is right around the corner, the players that we see selected are going to be more and more useful across the pitch.
Well, that is always the fun part of every competitive year. Yes, when we normally play at a LAN event and pros have the access to, maybe a special edition of the game where they can use any player, any prime icon moment when they, of course, were released in due course. I've sort of liked this on the flip side as well, Rich, that we've always had a restriction to focus on and to discuss around and to see how certain players move their teams in certain ways. Some players have taken a hit on some Team of the Years, others have gone more icon-based in their squads. And, when we do go back to LAN at some point, I'd still like to see this in some capacity, because I think it has provided some really nice insights and different teams.
No, he certainly has. This is a chance potentially here for Felipe, looking to turn his man. Kylian Mbappe, a double tap pass, looking for Neymar, bounces all the way through to Edwin van der Sar, and now we'll see the pressure and the gravitas of the situation potentially start to play a factor in Bazaar's mind and also his gameplay that we see on the screen.
He just gets 1 goal. Just fulfilling with that confidence that he has been lacking in this game. After such a strong first leg, yet to even register a single shot in leg number 2. Shows how different the 2 legs can be, and that is why FIFA, at a competitive level, is played over 2 games. Because at the moment, it has been Felipe. He's had all the ball. The better of the chances. Coming forward again now, Neymar. A couple of ball rolls from it. Bruno Fernandes will drive forward. Maybe a chance around the corner, extra nutmeg. Tries to ball roll the ball through the legs of Kevin Mbappe. I'll tell you what, it's non-stop press, isn't it? Ferland Mendy that time, all the way from fullback. Just in the face of Kevin Mbappe. Going into a pause again. We have got the beauty to see the POV of Felipe. It looks like it will just be a change for him on the bench. He's got that Sambia that I was alluding to. He's also on the bench. Atal looks to come on. He's got that Diatta that's full of pace as well. So many good super subs there that can come on and hopefully change up the game.
Yeah, Diatta, I have to say, is an incredible player. I've got him myself, that What If. Diatta recently got the upgrade as well for Monaco. And yeah, So much pace off the bench, so much energy he brings onto the pitch. I'm a big fan of the wide midfielder. You just see Sambia, your player that we talked about in the intro, Brandon, brought on. He looks like he'll be playing centre-back potentially, with Atal coming on at left centre mid.
Well. 27 minutes away from not just a top 2 finish, a console final. His first ever console final. But also, those playoffs will be locked in the bag. No one can take that spot away from you. As Felipe got other ideas. If Felipe was to score, it would make the tie 4-4. We would go to extra time if needed. Can his super subs make the difference? Building. Atal, fresh off the bench. Trying to Lacroqueta his way into the box. Renato Sanchez also there as an extra option. There's one time to step up after a ridiculous run in this qualifier for Becerra. This is it now. Get another goal. Get that confidence back, a 2-goal cushion alongside it. And that should be enough to send you into a funnel. It's been a really poor second leg, in all honesty.
No, it certainly has. I think I talked about it, the gravitas and potentially even the sort of the switch of momentum you feel like in the game. Like, Becerra's just not attacking as he previously was in the first leg. Mentally, he's not been as good. And Felipe, look, he's taking the incentive right there.
And even though he's not played the best game, it goes to show as well, on top of that, Richard, what a 2-goal advantage can honestly do for you and how it can work in your favour, because he hasn't even registered a single shot, I think, let alone a good chance in this game. Felipe looking to build. If he gets a goal, we'll be going into extra time. That's out. Somehow gets the ball back, finds his way to Ronaldo. The bounce might have been fortunate, but the finish was classy from Cristiano Ronaldo.
We talked about it, didn't we? It's just not been the same second leg performance as the ball bounced back into Ronaldo. He took that first touch in front of his man and then just slapped it into the top left corner with CR7.
And to be honest, it's been coming. That's all we can honestly say. Hasn't been good enough from Becerra. Hasn't created enough. Has struggled so many times. So, no, opening game, of qualifier number 5 here in South America. If you have just tuned in, these two went unbeaten through the qualification. Had not lost the game. Unfortunately, one of them has to lose again. The storyline has been, though, for MGCF Becerra, if he was to win this game, playoffs would be in the bag. You take that spot number 16 on the Xbox in South America.
A late winner would send him wild right now. He's playing for the final chance. That's a mistake.
Minute of added time, Ronaldo to come forward. If Felipe was to snatch this now, it would be heartbreak. Well, will we need extra time? Kevin Mbappe, that was rash. And lucky enough, whatever that did, he just slowed the game down. Look at the stats. That's all you need to see from that game to show it just was not, and it has not been, a good performance. 0 shots, 0 chances created. You can say he's been trying to get the best chance, but he hasn't even made one.
He's just not showed up, has he? He's just not showed up. You see Diatta coming off of the bench here, that injection of pace. Look at those stats. 99 pace, 90 dribbling, 88 shooting, 83 passing, and also 80 physical. He's going to be coming on as a right centre mid, and Neymar making way for his League 1 counterpart. 5-3-2 against 5-3-2 still going into our additional 30 minutes.
All still to play for here. Winner goes into a grand final. Loser drops down into the loser bracket. The loser bracket final it will be. 30 more minutes needed. 8 goals between the two across the two legs. And if Filippo can carry on as he's left off in this first 90, to be honest, I think he'll be on his way to a grand final. Something has got to change. Something's got to give. From MGCS Becerra. Chance, maybe so. Ronaldo. Played by the defender there on the opposing side.
Is he in down the line?
Ambitious to get Attal on the ball.
It's like Rashford's just been introduced into centre mid. And Curtis Jones also. Mateus making way.
Moments like that. Gets the ball into Ronaldo. Mbappe just even can't find his feet. Fred on the flip side. It's how Felipe's pressed this game. How he's defended. Diatta. Back to Mbappe. Can't find a way past. Bender there at the back. Got to be careful. Could get pickpocketed here. Does just about. Everything looks a bit nervy.
Still well there. There's a lot of pressure on him at the back. He's played out. Not completely out yet. That ball escapes him from the press. Now an opportunity to get some white shirts forward and have an attack of his own. A rarity in this second leg.
Jones angles the pass out well. Again, it's just too good. Reece James, Sambir off the bench just to reinforce that back line. Mbappe. Directional nutmeg away from one. Diatta would be there on the overlap. It's one back well. 15 minutes gone. Still nothing to talk about in this too. It does have a feeling that penalties could be on the cards, and it's certainly on the horizon.
It's looming, isn't it? Still a shot not registered for Becerra in this second leg. Needs to get something, anything, to lift his confidence, whether that be a skill move coming off, whether that be a tackle, whether that be even a shot on target, just something to keep you motivated and to get you back into this matchup. So it's been one-way traffic for 105 minutes.
On the flip side, Felipe must be thinking, I just want to put this game to bed. Get it done. I don't want to go to penalties. I don't think any FIFA player does. It's such a lottery from the spot. No guarantees. It can be the happiest of endings or, on the flip side, the worst. Of course, he looks ready to go, Felipe, on the flip side. MGCF Becerra. He hasn't got playoffs in the bag. Felipe has. That's the biggest storyline that we've been following in this tournament today. $12 points between him and Denny. Those are the two players that are hoping that they can take that 16th spot. Of course, it will be there from left to right in that white shirt and blue shorts. Hoping to register a chance, a shot or anything, to be honest. Often seems to be the case. The second leg always just throws up a completely different story. Felipe
Offside trap.
on the corner, could be in trouble. Ronaldo's in a lot of space, into CR7!
Heartbreak Hotel for Becerra. He played the offside trap. He squeezed the players up. It was just a second too late. And that one mistake could be the thing firing him out of the playoffs. Wow. He'll replay that moment over and over again in his head. But right now, he finds himself trailing 5-4.
It's just one of those, Richard. We've spoken about it in commentary, and it may come across it in a way that we're just being harsh, but he just hasn't done anything right this game. And you can see it in his body language. He just hasn't made a shot. He hasn't registered a shot. He hasn't played well. And it was always a case, we sit here and say, Felipe on the flip side must be thinking, this is in my hands to take. There must be a mistake for me to capitalise on. And that was the mistake there. An offside trap. You don't leave Cristiano Ronaldo with an inch, a couple of centimetres, any room in the box, because he's always going to punish you. The ball went into his feet, and the rest was history. 10 minutes away from a spot in that winners' grand final for SPQR's Felipe. It'll be the furthest he's ever got in a qualifier.
You saw what he wanted to do. You saw the intention with the offside trap. Squeeze it up, play him offside, and then get another attack. But the timing of the run was impeccable from Mbappe. He just whipped it across. First time RBX into the box. And who else but Cristiano Ronaldo to put a dagger to the heart of Becerra.
Well. Felipe now. Look at the numbers forward. Look at the space. He's had to go for it. There's MGCF Becerra, but this is tactical on the flip side from Felipe. Maybe didn't need that skill move. Two minutes left. All he's got to do is hold the ball, Felipe. And he will be in the grand final. And look, you can see the reaction on his feet, on the face of Becerra. It's game over for him. He's going to be down into the loser final. And yes, right now, he is not in the playoffs. There is no security for him at this moment in time. And you can just see the frustration, because he knows he's not played an overall good performance in that game. The first leg was great. Did leak a couple of goals, Rich, in all honesty. But the second leg just did not turn up. Congratulations to SPQR Felipe. First time in the top four, and he goes to a grand final. That is top two in the bag. He's playing for seeding right now for the playoffs. He's going up the rankings as we speak, win after win. But you see the reaction on the flip side there. He knows, Rich, that just wasn't good enough.
Well, he also knows, you saw the frustration from him. It was in his own hands. It was his game to win. It was his opportunity to take. And now he goes back down into that loser's bracket where he has to perform again. He could have wrapped it up. He could have been celebrating right now. Instead, he's in disarray because it was a very poor second leg performance.
That was really poor indeed. We've seen some of the highlights from that game. Felipe came out flying. He had all the ball. He had all the chances. This was the goal that sent him into a grand final. An offside trap that was played. It was a mistake that then allowed Ronaldo to do that. Didn't need a touch in the box. It was a first-time finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. You just do not give the Portuguese forward any room to breathe, let alone to have a shot like that. And that was all that there was to say, Richard. Extra time was needed, and Felipe books a spot in the grand final. The first time that SPQR have had a player in the grand final this year. And again, what a run it's honestly been. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, the pressure just in that second leg, I think it just all came down on him. He just didn't look himself. He didn't create chances. See the match stats from it. Right, and just look at the turnover, 2 legs, pass accuracy, everything, shots, goals, everything down on the first or second leg. What is that? I hear you say there was 3-minute gap between the two. They were exactly the same players. They're using exactly the same. The difference was here, all mental. It was mental. He just didn't play as well. He knew that he was playing well. He was trying to force the play. At the end of the day, he finds him now in no predicament that he would have wanted. He could have up his playoffs here and could have won this game and had been there. He couldn't genuinely celebrate for this tournament. Instead, finds himself in a very tough situation playing the winner of Valen or Gabriel in the losers bracket final.
Yeah, as you said, it's one of those. If he won that game, you know, smiles all around, not just because playoffs in the bag. He was in a grand final, Richard. Without a defeat, he would have still had that security of course, going towards the grand finals and becoming a champion. Now he goes to the loser bracket. Playoffs, let's just say, it is still on the cards for him, but it's a very difficult run now, Rich, because he has to go the longer way round, doesn't he? Yeah,
he certainly does. He's got to win the losers bracket final, meaning that he's either going to play Gabriel or Valen. But a very sort of, pardon the pun, valiant effort from Felipe to turn this tie around, and he finds himself in the grand final. I'm intrigued to hear the thoughts of Mike LaBelle and Kyle Walker after our first game of the day.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Yes, that first game is done and dusted. One person making their way through to that grand final. SPQR's Felipe right there with a bit of a dramatic ending. It took extra time in the second leg, Mike LaBelle.
And you've got to give a lot of credit to Felipe. And then you feel the heartbreak on the reverse end a little bit, because if you're Bizarre, you have the lead, you're sitting in a commanding role, you're going into the second leg, and you could see that it just started to get away from him. He wasn't making any chances. He wasn't obviously scoring goals. He didn't really put a lot of pressure on Felipe, so a lot of credit from a tactical side and also just the performance side from Felipe. But now you got to do it the hard way. Remember, you still dictate what happens and how it happens. You can't be too upset with Bizarre. You control your fate.
So then when it comes to Bizarre's second leg performance, Mike, what happened? Because everything seemed to be going so well. We all thought there was a chance he was going to do it in that first leg. But in the second leg, I mean, your face says it all.
It wasn't good enough. You don't need some super detailed or a deep dive of analysis. He wasn't decisive enough. He didn't put enough offensive pressure on his opponent, which was very clear. We didn't see opportunities being created. Felipe did a fantastic job defending, offensive game planning. He finished it out late. Congratulations to him. And now, if you're on the other side, you just have to think, all right, that game's done. I'm going down to the losers bracket. I get a complete reset. Short-term memory is going to be your best friend.
I was going to ask, how do you deal with that pressure? Because the pressure was already on him. It's his first time that he's been here on broadcast, and he's probably quite excited. He wants to showcase his talents. It's not gone his way. So now we talk about the pressure being cranked up. It's just doubled. It's just tripled for him. He has to win this losers bracket final if he wants to spot at playoffs.
And the reality is, and I've talked to so many different competitors, I've been in that place before, and it kind of comes down to you're going to be your biggest critic. So you have to look at it, scale it down for a second. Don't think about being on broadcast. Don't think about all the viewers here or even the fans and the social media support that you get and so forth. Turn your Twitter off. Focus on the next game. And just be prepared to bring the best packages you can bring and go from there. Don't make it bigger. When you make something bigger, I feel as if the pressure then builds, and you created a lot of that build. You created a lot of that momentum.
Right, we've talked all about the loser in that matchup. Let's talk a bit about the winner now. Felipe, what did you like with his performance? He makes his way through to the grand final.
Well, for being a very young competitor, I thought that he showed great maturity. He didn't rush. Remember, you're down 2 goals going into the second leg. It is very easy to be out of your element, to rush your gameplay, to feel that you have to high pressure, you have to go for this, and then before you know it, you leave up a lot of space in behind, and you're conceding goals. He didn't do that. He took his time, got the goals that were necessary, scored late, moves on. He's into the grand final. Congrats. The maturity is where I was most impressed.
Now, you've got to think about this. These two going head-to-head. He makes his way through to that grand final. He's going to be full of confidence. And for SPQR, we know some of the competitors that represent them. Well, for them as an esports organisation, just to get to that level, for him to be competing with them, he wants to showcase, all right, I'm with one of the best esports organisations, but now I want to represent them well. I want to do well, and he's got a great opportunity here, now being in that grand final.
I was just gonna build off that. They've got a nice little academy. I feel as with SPQR that so many of the guys that they have coming up from Brazil, or primarily Brazil, they always do well at events. They qualify to events. They go for runs. They're training together. They've got a great team atmosphere. You talk to some of the ownership and some of the management there. Their programming works, and we've seen this before. A big part of getting better at FIFA in those fine margins sometimes is having accountability, and part of accountability is having a team, having a squad, multiple people that count on you, that you practice with on a daily basis, and you get to see those improvements.
You do indeed right there. So we'll see what happens. SPQR, well, Felipe makes his way through to the grand final. But for Becerra, he drops down into that losers bracket final. And who will he come up against? Well, it is the winner out of the next matchup right now. Gabriel PN from R10, who we all know is taking on Cruz Valen. Yes, they will go head-to-head in the next matchup. The winner of that, well, they will face Becerra. The winner of that will go through to the grand final. And if you're just joining us, a little bit of added pressure for Becerra. He needs to win one matchup to progress from that 17th place in the FIFA Global Series rankings and secure a place in the playoffs right now. Now, the two competitors that are going head-to-head, Gabriel taking on Cruz Valen. These two, this is like the two heavyweights of this round. They're going together in the losers bracket, Mike.
I'm good for it. I'm here for it. I'm happy to watch it. I'm glad that I'm not in that matchup. I'll leave it up to Brandon and Richard to get to do the commentary. But yes, two of the heavyweights. This is a preview to what's going to potentially happen in playoffs. It's likely that these guys would match up at some point. And now we get to build in that rivalry a little bit.
We do get to build in it a little bit. I cannot wait for that one. And it will be coming up very, very shortly. It is the 5th and final South America Regional Qualifier in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Mike, before we get to a little bit of a break, I just want to talk about some of the new features we're seeing that are being capitalized on with the new players. We always talk about this from week to week. Things are changing and we're seeing them being implemented in the games in front of our eyes this weekend.
And certain players, their value increases via the game, of course, shifting. You might need additional versatility, more crossing, more skill moves, more wing play, and specifically with FUT Birthday, which we touched on at the top of the show, so many of these guys in particular have the 5-star skills, the 5-star weak foot, maybe a mix and match of both of those if you get that lovely coveted combination, and it allows you to just be more dynamic, be more creative, be more innovative, and every professional player needs any competitive advantage they can get.
Right, we do have that matchup coming up for you very, very shortly. I'm sure some of these pros will be implementing some of these new features in the matchups we've got for the rest of the day. So make sure you do stick around. It is the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's the 5th and final South America Regional Qualifier. We're going to go to a short break, but before we do that, we've got our profile piece on one of the competitors we've seen throughout the season. His name's Resende, and this is how he prepares before all his tournaments.
Meu nome é Pedro Rezende, tenho 23 anos, sou do Brasil, jogo pela Inter de Milão e minha gamer tag no jogo é INT Rezende. O último Qualifier do FIFA Global Series foi muito complicado. Eu comecei os jogos na loser bracket, onde tive um pouco de tranquilidade nos primeiros jogos. Durante a final, no primeiro confronto, eu mantive atrás do placar por um bom tempo, mas mantive a calma. Acredito que por conta da experiência eu não fiquei tão nervoso nos minutos finais e consegui empatar o jogo. Então foi bastante complicado porque meu adversário estava com muita posse de bola, estava me atacando bem, então eu tive que fazer algumas modificações na equipe, informações para estar conseguindo buscar o resultado.
National teammate Bruno Fernandes. Can he find that? Oh, it's Vieira this time. Lovely ball. Ronaldo on the half volley.
Acredito que é uma rivalidade sadia, vamos dizer assim, porque acaba que um puxa o outro a se dedicar mais. O Bragazinho vem fazendo uma ótima temporada aí. É um adversário bastante difícil de se jogar contra, mas não é uma rivalidade, vamos dizer, agressiva, não. É uma rivalidade sadia que ambos impulsionam um ao outro a chegar no nível global.
For his opponent. Here is Resende now. There's Ronaldo. And that's the worst possible start that we've been talking about.
Ser o melhor jogador do continente no Xbox, no ranking do FIFA Global Series, é algo que é fruto de muito trabalho. venho trabalhando muito para estar conquistando esses títulos. Isso não é à toa, não é por sorte. A partir do dia que eu fui intuito de trabalhar, melhorar minha gameplay. Acredito que seja por isso, pelo trabalho duro que eu venho fazendo, e vou trabalhar mais para conquistar mais títulos.
His defensive efforts pay off. Lovely directional nutmeg. Chance. Play it across. Resende!
Meus objetivos para o restante da temporada, os torneios que estão por vir, de sempre estar bem preparado para jogá-los, claro, de chegar nas finais e, consequentemente, ser campeão. E o que eu quero é trabalhar todo dia para isso acontecer, não desfocar do objetivo da temporada, que, claro, chegar bem nos playoffs e, consequentemente, classificar para o Mundial e realizar o sonho de ser campeão mundial.
Ball's already coming in from BAZ. He's not happy with something. Resende. Chance. Goal!
Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when you see us, control it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, giving more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, too proud to ask for help. First to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
So why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? So why you think that?
I got the heart of a champion, most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler, break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, and bear will be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do it don't stop. Time to break through, come on free.
and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. We are in South America right now, and it is the 5th and final regional qualifier. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle. Mike, we're one match down, and it's just going to get more and more exciting as we drop down into this loser's bracket right now.
I don't know if it makes me more cynical, but I do like to see eliminations. I think that it brings a certain tension. So if you're just tuning in, we just had our opening matchup in the winner's bracket, which means we have a grand finalist, but nobody had been eliminated technically from the broadcast yet.
Yet indeed, yes, we've got one person that's gone through to the grand final and another that's dropped down into our losers bracket final, and the next matchup, well, that will determine who goes through to that losers bracket final as we're in the semi-finals right now. If you're enjoying everything that you're watching, this is the English broadcast right now on facebook.com/EA Sports FIFA, but if you're wanting the Spanish one, well, you can see all the social medias right there. Well, you can get in touch. Let us know your thoughts. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, any of them you can do. And on Spanish, well, if you're thinking, I want to hear that, it's EA Sports FIFA Latam right there on Twitch and Facebook as well. And if you're thinking, I don't want Spanish. No, I want it. I want Portuguese. All right, well, we can do that for you as well. All right, you go to EA Sports FIFA Brazil, and that is where you'll be able to get your fix of all of those. Right, we do jump straight back into the action right here. But remember, if you're wanting a backdrop like me just here, or like Mike LaBelle's backdrop, well, you can do, yes. If you're watching in, let's say, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, if you visit Mercado Libre, you'll find exclusive sales in gaming products, and you can enjoy fast shipping and up-to-date. Make sure you get your setups up to date today, and Mercado Libre has everything that you need right there. So make sure you get involved in all of that. Right, Mike, let's talk a little bit about this now, because we talked about it being cynical to enjoy the losers bracket and to see some eliminations. No, we just like drama. You always say premium quality FIFA. This is what we want. In this bracket right now, as you can see, it is MGCF Becerra who's waiting in that losers bracket final. But these two that are going head-to-head in the semi-final, they are going to guarantee you premium quality, Mike.
I think you're overusing the premiums, but we like competition. It's not even that we're being cynical. I'm backtracking on my own words. I think we just like competition, and when someone's going home, it fuels that. A little more gas onto the fire that you're going to produce. Like, everybody cares just a little bit more, even more so if you're maybe not qualified for playoffs, which affects one competitor majorly that's left out of the Final Four.
I mean, it does affect them majorly. Yes, the person, Becerra, who sat in that losers bracket final, he needs to win his game to make sure that he goes through right there. But it's not going to be easy. He's in the losers bracket side of things, which means if he loses one more, well, he is out. Right, let's talk a little bit about this, because the two competitors that are going head-to-head, we know them quite well. We've seen we've seen Cruz, I should say, Valen, before. Qualifier number 2, all right. We've seen him competing, and Mike LaBelle, Crew Esports, an esports organization. We can see Valen's bio right now as well. They're an organization, Mike, that everyone knows, and they are growing. They're getting bigger and bigger, representing some of the best FIFA 21 players in this region.
I was going to say that everyone they've signed has pretty much performed at the highest level this year. We've seen Gustavo become a champion in North America. They're really peaking. What they've been doing there with Aguero's esports organization, of course, with Crew, outside of having, I think, the most visually stimulating kits out there on the esports market. I love the pink. Maybe I'm a sucker for the pink, but I'm a huge supporter. But these guys have been performing on the virtual pitch.
Yes, I love it. I absolutely love it. And his competitor that he'll be facing right now, one man that'll be hoping to stop him, Gabriel. He represents R10, another great kit. I'm not going to lie, I do really enjoy that. He's from Brazil, favorite formation 4-4-2, favorite club Flamengo, first FIFA title, FIFA 2007. Mike, he's been playing this game since he was 7 years old.
And talk about two young legends potentially here. They're going to become legends with these guys. And then two legends, iconic players in real life. When you're looking at Aguero and Dino going head-to-head. We could build that narrative as well. I'm all good with the storylines.
Yeah, I'm all good with it as well. Brazil taking on Argentina as well. It does feel like these two countries, they represent and they produce, I should say, some of the best FIFA players that we have seen. And once again, we're having a showdown between the two.
No doubt about it. I know where you kind of lean, I think. You've got a bit of a bias. You got the Manchester City background. I think you have to roll with Aguero. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but...
I mean, yeah, you're putting words in my mouth. No, I think when actually it's very easy to have a look. Obviously, Curry Sports, Sergio Aguero, he's been involved in some of the streams when he gets in the Twitch chat. He's not afraid to show his support right there. But for Gabriel, it's very, very difficult to ever predict against him. We were talking in our group chat, talking about possible score lines right there. All I'm going to say is Richard Buckley, he's gone heavily in favour of one of these competitors. I'm not going to say who. I'll leave Richard to do that himself, all right? But
you could have blown it up. He put it in the chat. You know, we could have put it out there.
He did put it in. There's going to be lots of goals. Let's just say there's going to be lots of goals. And it's very difficult, Mike, to go against someone like Gabriel with what he's done this season, but just how good he is as a player as well.
But both these guys are having the two most successful campaigns. So, I mean, it's been an up and up, regardless of the result in this game. And both of them are locked in for playoffs, which is the next step that's very important. I almost look at the competitive year where, of course, there's the individual side and winning events, but gathering those points, making sure that you're certified for the next step. You're going satellite to satellite to satellite with, of course, the goals being the FIFA World Cup.
Yes, indeed, and they will be hoping that they can get there right now. Now, Mike, this is the part before we get into the game where we don't just try and predict who's going to win, but some of the new features that we are going to see. I want to talk about this because it's been burning me inside. More and more, we're seeing people score from free kicks, all right? Now, normally we'll have a few passes before it, but they're sending them straight into the box from free kicks and corners as well. It must be so difficult to adapt to this one because it's not really been a part of FIFA for a couple of years.
Well, the shift, and even this year's game, the shift is pretty recent. So what changed is that now you can score headers. Before, it was very difficult to score from a lot of those aerial pursuits, those 50-50s. Therefore, you wanted the ball on a layoff. Let me try to find that last key pass, as opposed to whipping it in on corner kicks and aiming for the near post or the far post or some of these really deep lobs that you're talking about from kind of unusual or unorthodox positions on the virtual pitch. We've seen a couple goals from right around half field where they're lobbing it into the box. Keeper's kind of in no man's land, and before you know it, someone's winning a header and it's flying into the back of the net. But that's how the meta shifts. All it takes is one pro player to have success, and it changes the entire game. A good example is Dolan Mike. If we go back maybe a month and a half, when Dolan Mike introduced the 5 at the back, and he dominated everyone with the 5 at the back. Then we saw this major shift where it was like, okay, 5-3-2s, 5-2-1-2s, 5-1-2-1-2. I think I'm just making up formations with 5 at the back now, but yeah, we saw a lot of different variations of 5 at the back.
We have indeed, and it does change from time to time. Let's have a look how both of our competitors do line up ahead of this match. We'll throw it straight across to Richard and Brandon to dissect the competitors' lineups. Guys, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl and Mike. And yeah, here we go then. This is our loser matchup now, our loser semi-finals, you may as well call it. It's Gabriel, of course, up against Valen. Two players that we know very well, but especially this man, Richard, because he's played in pretty much every single tournament that has took place in the Global Series this year in South America. And I tell you what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 FUT birthdays. He's having a party, this man.
Yeah, he is. He must know that it's your big day, Brandon. He's pulled all the FUT birthdays out. Interesting that he's gone with Raheem Sterling as well. No Cristiano Ronaldo in sight in his particular lineup. On the other side of that, you can just see Valen's team on the right. Theo Hernandez, Mbappe, Neymar on the left with Atal, Renato Sanchez, Bruno Fernandes and Cristiano Ronaldo with a back four of James, Walker and João Cancelo, Edison in goal. Certainly the more original of the two squads. Coming in with Gabriel, I'll be looking to see who takes the initiative in this game. But Sambia getting another start, Brandon. And also Zinchenko at left back as well.
Yeah, interesting picks. Also, a lot of love as well for that FUT birthday Atal. We knew that Renato Sanchez was always going to be loved, and with the restrictions that are in place, he's certainly a very, very good, usable item that should be part of your teams. That Atal, Richard, what is it about the Algerian man from Nice that just becomes such a good option in any team?
Yeah, well, A couple of reasons, Brandon. One of them being the fact that he's only 87 rated, meaning that he fits into pretty much all your requirements that you need. There's no sort of hindrance to using him and him being so good for you. And also, sort of another big factor why Atal is so good, the links that he has. He's Ligue 1. Ligue 1 have some of the best players in FIFA this year. Renato Sanchez, Neymar, and Mbappe being three standout players. Being able to link them in, that right-hand side with Atal at right wing, Renato right centre mid, Neymar and Mbappe in any particular order, gives you a lot of versatility then for the rest of your squad. So it really is sort of the options that it gives you. And when you also consider the restrictions that are in place, as they've been scaled up this year, it certainly makes it more viable that you can have an 87 rated player who plays like a 93.
No, definitely. Well, why don't we have a look at those restrictions quickly, because they've changed all year long, Rich, and this is what they are at the moment. So to anyone at home that's thinking, why are we seeing such interesting and different teams? That is because the pro players have to follow these restrictions. This is on their own Ultimate Team accounts as well. So they've had to grind and do objectives, SBCs, and get a little bit of pat luck along the way, up to any two of any combination of Icon or two Team of the Year players. So, you know, Team of the Years or Icons, which way do you go? Do you go one of each, or does it not matter? Up to three non-Icon or Team of the Year players above 90 rated. Of course, that's where you can see a handful of different players. All of the players must be 89 or below. And as we know, the goalkeeper, it doesn't matter who is in the GK net. So that's why you're seeing such different and versatile teams, Rich, to be honest.
Well, I mean, look, this is probably the first qualifier that we've had in 2, 3, 4 years. No R9, no Vieira, no Hullet. These players just aren't worth the price that you're paying for them right now. And you might be like, Richard, what are you talking about? Take someone like Yusuf Atal, who's 5-star. He's 500,000 coins. You're not having to pay 6 million for R9. You can take a Team of the Year Mbappe at a slightly reduced rate and use Atal and get arguably more results out of him than you would an R9. You can take a player like Renato Sanchez and he's arguably stat better than Ruud Hullet. These players that are coming in from the FUT Birthday promo and Team of the Season to follow as well, anyone that's under 90 or even those 90 or above that you saw in the restrictions, they're going to be in the squad and they're going to be the starting players. Unless you can get your hands on Icon Moments, and we're talking Icon Moments Vieira, Icon Moments Hullet, R9 or Pele, unless you can get your hands on any of those top level Icon Moments, Icons, unfortunately, for any Icon aficionados out there, have completely fallen off the power curve.
Yeah, speaking of those Icons, the Icon upgrades, I've done 2 of them, Richard. I've got Zanetti in one of them, and in the other one, I've got Rijkaard. How's your Icon pack luck been? Also, let us know in the chat as well. We can see that. Type in the chat, which Icon did you get from the upgrade? Rich, who was your 1 or 2, or how many of the packs you've done?
So I got Cannavaro, which I thought was okay, and then I rolled the dice. I put Cannavaro back in to the 86 rated squad on the second Icon pack I did. I did the Icon roulette. I was getting through the nations. I thought, you know what? We're on for a good Icon here. We're on for a good Icon. And then I came across Finland and Jari Litmanen came out. So I prefer to end the conversation on that note.
Sounds about right. We can see the Twitch chat as well. Loads of you getting some incredible pulls and maybe not doing as well in them. Of course, keep that conversation coming. Also, let us know in the chat now, who do you want to win this game? Valen or Gabriel? These two players are literally neck on neck in the Global Series rankings. It's 3rd against 4th. Gabriel in 3rd. Valen in 4th. The highest Argentine on the Xbox. The only Argentine that's made it into a top 4 finish before. Ball back across the box. It's defended superbly well. Of course, Valen kicking from right to left in this game. He plays for Crew Esports. We don't know who Crew Esports are. It's Sergio Aguero's esports organisation. And, of course, for his final year in a Manchester City shirt. Of course, that is the kit that's being in use here for Valen in this game from right to left. Speaking of Aguero, had a tasty item that dropped last night.
Very, very tasty. Very expensive, though, as well. I probably will complete the Sergio Aguero end of an era FUT item. However, I'm going to be doing it probably via my Team of the Season rewards, if they're similar to the last couple of years where you get red pick rewards as Team of the Season players. If you can hit Elite as well during Team of the Season, that will also help me be able to fund that Aguero. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that Aguero, looking forward to using him but he is a very expensive FUT item SBC.
My mind as well, just on terms of Gabriel, Rich, look across the season that he has had. Yes, he sits third. He was involved in that Comme the Ball Libertadores. Lovely little touch there from Neymar. It was cheeky to try and get it through the legs. Qualifier number 1, this was back in December. He finished second, lost to PH in the grand final. Qualifier number 2, that was in January. He got a top 4 finish there. Qualifier 3, wasn't in a top 4. Qualifier number 4, he finished third. The difference for this one, Rich, is there's no PH in and there's no Resende. Those have been the sort of kryptonite of Gabriel in past times. For me, I look at this and go, this is his time to shine. He's came out on social media a couple of times and I'd say he set himself such a high standard that he expects to go and win one of these, or at least go and win one of these. You know, the fact he's getting top 4 times out of the 5 qualifiers this year, that is incredible consistency. He's going to the playoffs. He's going to be in a really good ranking position for that. But in his own mind, he wants to win one, and you don't blame him.
Oh, this is opportunity also to get out of his teammate shadow, you would argue, in PH Zin, who's been winning everything this year. He's been the main man for R10. 2 footballers, esports organisations as well, let's not forget to add. We talked about Aguero with Crew, Ronaldinho with R10, and what a season they've had in South America. PH Zin and Gabriel, also you talk about the success that both of those players had with the Club World Cup. Oh, he's bottled it.
Right, Sanchez ball back into the box, somehow. Valen has just carved out a chance from absolutely nothing. It was Renato Sanchez, of all people, that sort of fluffed his lines. He didn't expect to be there. Fluffed his finish. Ball came then back out onto the edge of the box. It was dinked back into the area. And I'll tell you who rose the highest. It was Kylian Mbappe above Varane into the back of the net. The Argentine leads by a goal to 0 for Crew Esports here.
Yeah, very, very interesting first strike from Renato Sanchez. I think he thought we were going to hit that a lot sweeter than he did. Ball dinked back into the box, and it was Kylian Mbappe getting up.
Third of this game gone. All the games played over 2. So this is elimination FIFA as well. If you lose this, you will be out of the tournament. That'll be the end of the road. Brilliant feet. Atal, scoop, turning, dancing, literally here, there and everywhere. Still with it. Could be fortunate. Lucky enough, the fellow South American in Edison will come out and claim that one. But that's what Atal can do for if you get him in the right area. It was silky, it was smooth, and nearly there was a perfect finish on the end of it.
Fallon come to play in this losers bracket semi-final. Winner of this will play Becerra in the losers bracket final.
I'm wondering as well where both of these 2 losses did come and what round it did happen in. I'll show you that right now. It was a different story for these 2. Felipe beat Gabriel in the semi-finals. That was 5 goals to 2. And on the flip side, Valen has been on the loser bracket to remember, and he looks to go even further right now, as he leads by 2 goals to 0. Mbappe with a first half brace. And speaking of results, speaking of making a name, he knocked out PA's in from this tournament, 4 goals to 1 in this loser bracket run. And now he's coming for another big name.
I'll be honest with you, Brandon, what's even more intriguing with this, these 2 literally matched in this exact qualifier 2 weeks ago. We're watching the closing stages of the qualifier that these 2 played in. It was a winners bracket quarter-final match. And believe it or not, Gabriel won 7-2. Velo went down to losers bracket, beat PH Zin and Diogo 4-1 and 5-1 respectively to set up this rematch.
Just alluding on that further, they also played back in qualifier number 3, Richard, where they matched in a quarter-final, and it was Valen that won that game 6 goals to 1. So, I mean, you said there, last time they played, Gabriel won the game. I know with how competitive these guys have been. Look, they're 3rd and 4th in the rankings. They're neck and neck with each other. They're always going to have tight games. It's always going to be sort of nip and tuck. I'll win one, you'll win one. But Gabriel here, not starting well. 2-0 down in the first 45 minutes. Mbappe was creative and Valen was even more decisive in the final third. A brilliant goal out of nothing after a really poor shot originally from Renato Sanchez. Then the second goal was classy, a lovely break. Mbappe squeezed it through. You speak about those team of the years and, you know, where's your coin budget going? If you're putting it into a striker like Mbappe and he's getting you goals like that, you know, you're going to be doing it every single qualifier as much as you can. And he will be part of your team in every single qualification.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I mean, when you consider Mbappe's price right now on the market, coming in at just over 4 million coins on the PlayStation, 3.7 million coins on the Xbox. Obviously, a lot of the players' prices have gone down because of the announcement of Team of the Season. Mbappe will probably get a Team of the Season FUT item. However, the Team of the Year is still going to be up there, potentially a little bit better in some stats than his upcoming Team of the Season item. 4 million coins, or 3.5 million coins, depending on what console you're on, in my personal opinion, is a great price for Mbappe, for the player that you're getting out of it and the stats that you're getting. If Team of the Year Mbappe goes on to get you elite finishers, top 200 finishers in Weekend League, it's a worthwhile investment.
Well, then we're back underway here. 2-0 Valen leads in the opening leg of this loser semi-final. Loser goes home, losers out of the tournament. Yes, they'll both be at the playoffs. Now they're just trying to play for that all-important championship. Neither of these two have won a qualifier this year. Could be 3. Neymar looking to try and link him with his fellow Parisian forward in Mbappe. Into corner for his efforts. Well played deep into the box. It's a free header. It needs Sambia there. You say there's any surprises of FUT birthday items that you're seeing in teams, Rich, that you maybe didn't expect to see? I mean, Sambia looks always decent, but from a casual perspective like myself, I didn't expect maybe as many pros to look to back the Montpellier defender. Chance, ball bouncing around the box, well played. Could be a half-hearted chance, and it's another FUT birthday Atal that just tips up the ball though.
Yeah, I'm certainly surprised that Sambia's in so many squads, but again, it's that league and chemistry. Not only are you playing for the rating, but you've got to get chemistry to the players that you're putting in the team. And it enables you to use Cancelo at centre-back next to maybe a James or a informed Kyle Walker. Sambia just doing a job over at full-back, good pace, decent defensive stats, decent physicals. See Phil Mendy nearly getting rinsed there by Neymar on that directional nutmeg. Valen looking a little bit more dangerous in the second half.
Yeah, it was really fierce there, wasn't it? From Neymar, just absolutely driving at the defender. This is better from Gabriel. Can't find the feet of Neymar. It was Mbappe that had it. Tried to link back in with his fellow Parisian teammate. Third goal would certainly put Valen in the driving seat for leg number 2. Gabriel would have to come out and change something. Sambia wins the ball back well there, but still yet to see any sort of real chance to talk about from Gabriel. He needs to be more clinical when he gets to these moments now. Can he find those interchanges? Can he find the feet of Mbappe? Neymar, as they queue up on the box, waiting for the perfect chance. Mbappe. Back to Renato. There's that, a pocket of space. He's been waiting for Mbappe, still with it. Dancing in the box. An important goal.
I thought, for a second, when I saw the lineup put his flag up, Brandon, I thought there might have been a foul or just something a little bit more. Must have just been out the corner of my eye. I was about to call offside. I was like, he can't be offside. He's just done a heel-to-heel flick. But hey, you take that if you are Gabriel for sure. Heel to heel inside the box, getting away from his man and just slotting it past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. I thought we were about to go to VAR for a second.
It always worries me when you come with an offside shout, because it's either me looking like a a bit of an idiot.
I must just seen something.
Or a mistake from yourself. But luckily enough, he was just onside that Giseda. It's quite fortunate to find the original space. The Hiltwell then gave him an extra roll of the dice. An important goal for Gabriel. He's back in the tie now.
Play a look.
Sanchez. Still with it now, back to Attal. He finds the space, goes down to ground, does the Algerian. Referee says that will be a free kick, 22 metres out. Direct shot from Neymar, potentially so. There's no one on the line. Why not go for it? Just going to delay it a little bit longer. It's going to be Bruno Fernandes off the bar.
Bruno. He went up and over the wall, timed it green, and cannoned off the crossbar. Could have bounced off the player on the line.
We've seen them dip and whip, and when it's time green, it's always going to be dangerous. Looking back to the Premier League that we recently called over the week-long period that it was, I remember seeing so many players with Bruno Fernandes obviously being a real big star with the Premier League only restrictions there. Just netting so many free kicks, or at least, giving the goalkeeper a run for his money. Last 10 minutes here. If he makes it 2-2, Gabriel, what a second leg will be in for. Sterling. Nice Berber spin. Finds Renato Sanchez, intercepted well by Walker. Just about do enough on the flip side. There's a lot of space for blue shirts to drive forward and run into. Well, if you're Valentine, happy just to get out this game with a 1-goal lead.
A third goal would be big for him to reinstate that 2-goal lead. However, you also got no real rush. You're going to be playing a second leg of FIFA no matter what. And we saw in the previous game how quickly that second leg can get away from you. And the game can turn around.
Final couple of minutes, added time to follow in leg one. There will still be a second leg to come in this game. Zinchenko, all the way from fullback. A minute of added time, back for Neymar. Couple of heels to heels in the box. Zinchenko still, Gabriel back to go Mbappe.
Good defending.
That will do us for leg one. You spoke about being clutch and being clinical defensively. That's what Crew Valen was there, because that could have been panic stations at the back. 1-0. 1-goal lead, so I should say, at the break at the end of leg number one. Still to play for in our loser semi-final here in qualifier number 5. The last dance, we've called it, here in South America, where, as we said, you're playing pretty much for seeding now, because these two are at the playoffs, Richard. It's third against fourth. There might be a loser bracket scenario, but one of them will be guaranteed a loser's final with the chance to then go on through and make a bracket reset happen in that final.
Yeah, he did read that really well as well defensively. You see the goal here. Renato Sanchez taking the first time shot. It bounced back into Attal, who just dinked it back into the area. Mbappe getting up above the rest of the defenders inside the box. You'd maybe expect Varane to do a little better there defensively, being a big, tall centre-back. The ball bouncing around the box. Neymar, the ball did fall to. Maybe a penalty on another day there. When you see that collision inside the box, the referee sometimes will give a penalty. But Mbappe, ruthless at the near post for Valen on the counter-attack. Through ball through the heart of the defence and at the near post. He's never going to miss. And I'm just going to watch this goal back here, because I didn't know what I saw. I must have just seen something. It might have been I'm going to blame it on the camera. The cameraman walking across the linesman at the same time. And I just saw a difference from what I usually see there. But 2-1 going into the second leg. Plenty of action still to come, Brandon.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, it will be time for that second leg. Such a narrow game here, of course, between Gabriel and Valen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few for the second leg of this one.
I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Heart of a champion. You're a champion. Heart of a champion. day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out, or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arms reach.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series here in South America. Qualifier number 5 is upon us. My name is Brandon Smith, and of course, joining me for a night of FIFA is Richard Buckley. Rich, we've just seen the halfway point conclude between these two in our loser semi-final. Only one can go into that next game and into that loser grand final, and certainly still all to play for. On the flip side, I would say about that game, from Gabriel, quite a slow first 60 minutes. The last 30, he came alive. He got that great goal, and then there was about 5 more minutes or so, I think, could have been him with a shout to make the game 2-2. Yeah,
it was a slow game in general. It was a slow start from both players, especially when you consider what happened in our first game of the day. If you are just joining us, a 4-2 first leg was the scoreline between the winners of bracket final. That was Felipe and Becerra. So certainly a slower game than what we saw in the first match, but still a second leg to sort of fire things up into life.
Yeah, most definitely indeed, of course. If you guys have been following the action as well, do let us know in the chat. Who do you want to win this game? Is it Valen or Gabriel? Who are you backing to go into that loser final? It's interesting that they've both lost a game. And I mean, I always talk about this from a lot of people. If you're someone like Gabriel, who's played in 4 out of 5 qualifiers this year, how do you stay so hungry? It's something that it makes it very, very a bit of a difficult question for me, because I'm thinking, like, you're playing for so long, and I mean so long, you know, across the whole year. You know, you look at someone like #Tom is the best example. Number 1 in Europe at the moment. Matthias Bonanno, number 1 in South America on the PlayStation. PHZ, and you've got Gabriel in 3rd here. These are players, Richard, that by qualifier 1 or 2 had playoffs in the bag. How do you stay so hungry for that long? I mean, I know we're not pros, but we can at least give our insight and our opinion on it.
Yeah, well, it's all about, unless you're actually winning, that's the motivation, isn't it? For Tom, for example, whenever I've spoke to him, he's always said, I've been playing so well, but I've not won anything this year yet. I've not got that trophy. For Gabriel right now, it's the Global Series. He's done so well in it. He's made so many qualifiers, but he's not got that extra yard. He's not got that trophy to lift above his head. Whereas players like PHD and Resende, it's less about the winning feeling and more about the dominance, being the best, being able to say that you're the best and nobody even being able to sort of argue the case of anybody else. That's what Matthias Bonanno's done on the PlayStation.
Well, again, please do let us know in the chat. Have your vote, have your say, Valen or Gabriel. If you type in the chat, that sort of sliding bar will move. Chance, Neymar, scoop turn. It's an absolute heroic block at the back from Reece James there for Valen. Because that could have been all squared for Gabriel within seconds of this second leg. The restart just minutes ago. And what a defensive block it was from Reece James.
Heroic block from Reece James, and that's why he's in the team. That's why he gets picked in so many different of these squads.
Of course, Valen kicking from right to left in this game, if you didn't know already. In that white strip. He's trailing by 2-1 on the flip side. Valen, who's beaten this man before, back in Qualifier 3. It was a quarter-final win, but as you said, Richard, in this exact qualifier, they did play a chance. Neymar, it's pretty silky in the box. Reece James again involved in that one. Still alive. Mbappe, that's nice. And Gabriel starting to find his feet in this one.
Yeah, certainly starting to find his groove, isn't he, Gabriel? And you just see that heel-to-heel coming out again. It's such an effective skill move inside the final third. That heel-to-heel away from the defender into the space, but you can whip your shot away straight out of the skill move. It's not a skill move that requires another touch after it. And we're all level coming into the 15-minute mark. We said the second leg was going to fire us into life. That's exactly what he's doing.
We also said as well on top of that, Richard, just how much of a better performance Gabriel needed to have in this second leg. It took him a good 60 minutes or so to really get going. Chance, that's out. Valen, La Croqueta, off the bar. Well, what a chance that was. You need a reason or an example why Yusuf Attal should be in your team if you can afford him. I mean, he's making a show for himself. Here's Attal again. Oh. It's another shot that stings the hands of Schmeichel.
Yeah, that prime-Michael moment. Schmeichel seeming to be equal to everything being put out by Attal right now. End-to-end FIFA being played, and this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Mbappe this time. End-to-end FIFA as the second legs always seem to provide. Sanchez. Nice, Neymar! Twisting and turning, that's the Brazilian always seems to do.
Again, the use of the first-time fake shot, exquisite from Gabriel. We wondered where this Gabriel was going to come from. And we're seeing it in abundance right now. First-time fake shot away from the defender and just rifle past the goalkeeper. You really have to think back to that first leg. You said it was the last sort of 25 to 30 minutes. Gabriel started to get his sort of weight in the game and started to put his foothold in this matchup. That's just continuing. It's not a fresh leg for him. It's just a continuation process. And this domination, in my personal opinion, may continue.
You've echoed it a couple of times, Richard, just as you said, how good that first-time fake shot is. The skill move, as soon as the ball comes into your feet, forget having a touch, just go straight into a scoop turn up. A combination of skills. He's done it a couple of times, and every single time he seems to do it, he finds the end product, that product being a goal. And for the first time across the two legs, Gabriel will lead by 3-2. The pressure now back on Valen.
And obviously, that crossbar was a huge potential turning point in this game, but just the face cams as well. I don't want to read too much into it, but does Gabriel not look a lot more motivated? He looks driven. He looks in the zone right now.
Could be on for another one of this, right? Mbappe, it's the same thing every single time. He knows what he's trying to do. And he's working for him. Every single time the ball goes into the box, he's pulling away from a defender, pulling away from one of Valen's back line. Gives him the extra pocket of space, the extra room to move and manoeuvre. Renato Sanchez, interchange as well. Mbappe, to make matters worse, it's going to be De Bruyne. A couple of ball rolls off the bar. Still, the chance is alive. Bruyne with an absolute rocket of a shot from that right boot. And Mbappe this time wants to pull out Reece James from his position. He's done exactly that. Now he is out of position. Wins the ball, though.
I didn't realise we'd gone back to school and started attending woodwork class, because this game, 2 crossbars, inside 43 minutes, De Bruyne. You put your house on him to just bend that into the top corner. It was out of reach of the goalkeeper, just too much power on it in the end. He didn't only hit the crossbar, shook the entire goal.
And that will pretty much do us for half-time. There'll be a couple of in-game seconds left to play, but you're absolutely right. It seems like we just keep on hitting the crossbar between these two. Still got 45 minutes to play. We're in the team selection here of Valen. I mean, it's what is he thinking? What is he wanting to change here? Just potential game plan. He is in the 5-3-2 at this moment in time, but these pros will do. They'll have a handful of different game plans and ideas up their sleeve. And there goes the half-time whistle for leg one. The best 45 minutes we've seen from the man that's made 4 out of 5 qualifiers in Gabriel Artent. He'll be wanting more of the same in the second half, and he keeps providing it. No doubt he'll be on his way into that loser final, and it will be the end of the road for Valen, and that'll be all said and done before the playoffs.
Just having a quick look at the changes being made here. In that 4-4-2, Renato and Bruno, the Portuguese, link up in the middle of the pitch. Ronaldo is a wide mid right now. And Neymar and Mbappe leading the line. Obviously, that was in the 4-4-2. If he does decide to change into it, Gabriel out of 10 using the 4-4-2 as of right now.
Here we go then, 45 minutes in front of us. Only one player can continue their run in the tournament. Loser. We'll leave the tournament with a 4th place finish, a top 4 finish still, nevertheless. And all eyes will be on those playoffs in a couple of months' time. It will be Ibizera up against the winner in this game. Have to be careful there. For a split second, Natal might have been on for a penalty shout. Sort of scooped the ball through the defender's legs, and seen it happen many times before, that sort of animation that then blocks the player.
Just a collision, isn't it? More than anything. Nothing really malicious or intended in the foul, but a foul is a foul nonetheless. Mbappe, unlucky. Thought he was about to just walk through that defence, didn't you?
Mbappe driving still. Could be a chance. Oh, he's just pinning away. Was Renato Sanchez maybe not the man for the job, but he was the man that made the space.
Good tracking. Kevin De Bruyne getting back, getting amongst it. Turning possession back over for Gabriel. That's a little bit hopeful. Looking for the long ball. It is an effective tactic to use this year in FIFA.
Especially with the players that are on the opposite end of the through ball. Such pacey players, and on the flip side, the players that are playing the through balls, it's normally played to perfection. The dink is perfect, or the weight of the pass always seems to find a way to the player it's intended to go to. 27 minutes left here. Gabriel was in a trailing position, but flipped the game on its head. He was 2-0 down, 3-2 up across the two legs. He wants to find another goal. Certainly be in dreamland. That one goes out for a corner. Into the pause menu will go again. Valen just not happy now. It's been a good 4 pauses in the last 20 in-game minutes or so. And yes, this is just a basic change. It's Machis that comes on the La Liga item. Anyone else really that could come on off the bench is Rashford.
Curtis Jones.
On a fullback change, if you want one, you got James Tavernier there.
I think I saw Alessandrini as well. Yeah, Alessandrini and Machis both coming on. It's going to be Ronaldo as a centre mid. Oh, no. And Ronaldo now as a striker with Machis. Constant pressure being implemented as well into a 4-back. And Cancelo, Walker, James and Hernandez making up the rest of the defence.
Now back to Mbappe. One more goal for me would send Gabriel into that loser matchup. It's just ifs and buts if he can find the chance or score the goal.
It's going to be a big opportunity.
Up against a fresh striker that's just come on as well. That's going to be so full of pace.
He's very, very quick. He's Machis. I believe the Granada road to the final Europa League item, but player that I don't have too much experience with myself. Maybe not the most desired player to bring off the bench.
Chance Neymar. It's a little scoop term. I mean, we got to see the La Liga. La Liga, it was a tournament played out just a weekend or two ago, Rich, and he was a player that, with the La Liga restrictions, no doubt was a player that did heavily feature off the bench. And we saw in moments and certainly a handful of different occasions how good he really can be. Oh no, could get pickpocketed there. It's Schmeichel that has another option just to get the ball clear and away from the goal.
It's a chance.
Ronaldo. Back to Ronaldo again. Strong boot from Mendy. Still chance alive. It was played carelessly behind goal. Still back to Bruno Fernandes. And
got the press.
It is a fierce press, isn't it? You've got to stay composed to deny it. Chance the break. Away now. 10 minutes away, Gabriel. From another top 3 finish, is this going to be the night that he goes and wins his first ever qualified? It would need an incredible loser bracket run with a bracket reset in the grand finals. It's too heavy again. Schmeichel, sweeper keeper off his line. Into the final 5 now, Rich. It's in Gabriel's hands to throw away.
It certainly is, but these long balls, maybe not the best way of keeping possession. Natal looks to be in behind. This could be a chance.
Has to put the game to bed. Has to get the ball across.
Oh!
Mbappe! No, no, no.
I guarantee he was pressing circle or B right there to shoot. He took the touch before and it could come back to haunt him.
If he was to concede now, it certainly would be the case. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Wow. That's how brutal missing a chance of that magnitude can be. Opportunity to win the game, 4-2, and now looks like we're going into extra time at 3 apiece.
Looks like we're back to extra time again. We were there in the winners matchup. Well, we need to do it all over again. Gabriel, you've just got to suck it up and get on with it, because I'm sure we can feel your pain on that one. Everyone watching, all you had to do was touch the B button. I bet that's exactly what he did, but Mbappe just gave a really awkward touch. It allowed the goalkeeper to pick up the ball. Next thing you know, down the other end. As calm as you like. Machis played the ball into the extra man and fired him back into the tie. Extra time needed here. Winner goes into that loser match, as we said, up against Ibizera for a chance to book a place in the grand final against Felipe.
I still can't believe it. I genuinely cannot believe it. Mbappe with a golden opportunity. That's the kind of chance that you dream at night. Whipped across the box. Easy tapping. Just touches it into the goalkeeper's hands. And the counter-attack. Deadly up the other end from Valen to send us into extra time.
Well, here we go then. 30 more minutes of it. Ball's coming in already from Gabriel. 5 minutes into the restart.
Just watch out for Mbappe. Number 7, middle of the pitch. He's the star man.
Building, is it? Chance, back to goal. Sterling. It's the FUT Birthday. Sterling trying to twist and turn in the box. Where is the perfect gap? Where is the main chance?
Just didn't feel comfortable, did he? Shooting on Sterling's left foot there. He was trying to manipulate the ball back onto his right and then strike. Chance.
Brian has been very instrumental in this. His name up. Looking to beat his man, Mbappe. Referee! It's the penalty!
I mean, it looked like Ronaldo Sanchez bullied him over. Chance! Machis!
No.
That's cynical!
I mean, this is a straight red, and this is where the game turns on its head.
Had to be done. That is what you call taking one for the team.
I mean, I'm thinking bigger than that, Rich. If that tackle doesn't happen and Gabriel goes to concede off that chance, you know, he's thinking, ref, we should be back for a penalty.
I mean, if he puts it top bins, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Here comes Bruno Fernandes now, looking for the shot, goes for it, tipped over the bar by Schmeichel. Corner played in, Ronaldo's there, Ronaldo will score!
And the 10 men, so fragile from set pieces. Ronaldo almost had a free header at the near post. He still had a lot to do. He started to aim it, angle his head, angle his neck and get the power on it. But just powered it into the back of the net. Schmeichel in no man's land. And Valen, after trailing 3-2, takes the lead in extra time.
And I mean, talk about one being a goal down, Richard, but two having 10 men on the field. How do you pick yourself up from this scenario? You can see the goal in the last minute of the game to send you into extra time. That's going to hurt. You had a penalty shout that I think any other day is a penalty. You get 10 men, you get a straight red card, and Cristiano Ronaldo leaps the highest and jumps the highest, in the box. And now you're trailing by a goal. Where do you take that hit? Do you just go for it? You've only got 10 players on the field. There's 15 minutes left on the flip side for Valen. It's going to be a case of 5-3-2. Let's suck this up and let's just get the job done.
No, you've got to. You have to just take a defender out, take a CDM out, whoever it may be, throw another attacker on, and just go all out.
It'll be interesting to see what Gabriel does look to change and how he changes his mentality now going into this one. 15 minutes away from a place in the loser final war. Leaving the tournament. He'll be valid in that black strip from right to left. One more goal would seal the deal. What a tackle from Renato.
I'm intrigued this last 10 minutes. How does Valen decide to play this?
Mbappe. Mbappe, scoop turn, Mbappe! Take a bow! You said he's the danger man to watch out for. And that's exactly what.
Talk about taking the game by the scruff of its neck. Mbappe, ball roll, scoop turn on the edge of the box and just fired into the near post. Just before that went in, I said I'm intrigued to see how Valen plays this. It was just a little bit too passive. He was just backing off and backing off. He wasn't taking the game to Gabriel.
Four minutes left, or we're on our way to a penalty shootout here. To decide a spot in the final three, a top three finish guaranteed. Is there more late drama? Valen, ball falls back to Ronaldo. Defended well by Furlong Mendy, the 10 men all just trying to regroup and trying to restructure some sort of defensive shape. Added time to follow. And I think we could be on our way to a penalty shootout. A minute of added time. Sterling on the overlap.
Hold the phone.
Find Sterling. There's options in the box. Mbappe's there.
Corner.
It's defended well. The referee plays the corner. And we'll go into a pause just before that corner does come in. We've overplayed the added time. Watch this manual player switching now. To place it short, there's a risk with that chance. Mbappe, penalties on the cards. Richard Buckley, strap yourselves in. Here we go. Up steps. Valen first with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Good penalty as well. Slotted into that bottom right corner. It's now going to be Michael Royce stepping up, saved.
Steps Valen again. It's another sub. It's Tavernier. He's always good from the spot. He's always reliable.
Lovely dinked penalty down the centre. João Cancelo stepping up, saved.
Somehow tips over the bar. And you score this, you're on your way through. It's another great pen.
3 out of 3. Perfect penalties so far. Bender stepping up, keeping the tie alive, Brandon.
Scores this, it's all said and done. I think it is all said and done. Renato Sanchez, cheeky Panenka. Will send Valen into a top 3 finish guaranteed and into a loser final. And there might be 4 out of 4 qualifiers that Gabriel's played in. However, it's just getting to that grand final. It's just getting to that final hurdle that often seems to be such a difficulty for him. The consistency to get to these broadcasts is there. It's just that next step, and there's extra couple of steps to go the full way. We go to a penalty shootout after an entertaining 2 legs of FIFA. Congratulations to Valen. 2 Panenkas, Richard, keeping his nerve from the spot. He moves into that loser final now.
4 penalties scored. Ruthless from the spot, wasn't it? Perfection from Valen. We're going to see all the highlights of this second leg right now. That should have been a penalty for Gabriel right there, but the chance, he didn't let it affect him. Heel to heel inside the box and smashed in at that near post. But it was such a good game, such an end-to-end game, Brandon. A great sort of advert for FIFA esports this one. There was decisions going against each player, there was saves, there was drama, and in the end it came down to spot kicks.
And also, one thing that we haven't mentioned enough is that this is 3rd against 4th in the rankings between these two. It was always going to be a competitive game. They've played before. They've both had wins on each other. Valen beat him in Qualifier 3. I think he said Gabriel beat him in this qualifier in an earlier round. So, it was always going to be a tough game, Richard. And when you have two of the very best players sort of head-to-head, neck-to-neck, you're like, it's got to go to an extra time or a penalty scenario. Yes, there might have been a bit of misfortune at times for Gabriel. Goals that probably should have went in the penalty shout that wasn't given. But sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately for him, he will go out this tournament. Yes, he will still be in a great position coming into those playoffs. And it's difficult right now for him because he'll be thinking, I've made 4 qualifiers, but I've not won any of them. I've made 4 top 4 finishes. I've had a top 2, a top 3 in there, a top 4 today. That's still a lot to take away from because there's players that haven't done that. And there's a lot of players that haven't done that.
No, the consistency has been very, very good from Gabriel. Almost incredible, you would say, when you look at the qualifiers he's made compared to other players around him. That was a winning penalty right there, a little dink down the middle. You get to see the stats here, but the disappointment will be the fact that he was regarded the best player outside of the champions that we've had this season. So, and he'll be going into the playoffs. If you've watched these qualifiers, realistically, nothing to show for it. He's not got any wins to his name from the Global Series. He's not got any sort of added real achievements to his name other than Global Series rankings. So he's going into those playoffs with everything to gain.
No, I completely. I think if you look across the board as well, there is still a lot to play for tonight. That's the fact that we've seen a new champion. Yes, it's been Resende and PH in this whole time, but we just felt like this was Gabriel's tournament. Yes, he was in the loser bracket, which was always going to be a difficult run, but this for him was a great opportunity for that to happen. Problem is, he was playing against the man that's literally next door to him in those global series rankings. Valen will go on through. He'll play against Ibizera in the loser final. We're going to jump back to Carl and Mike to break down the game. Fellas, what do you make of that one? I mean, South America FIFA always just being competitive as ever, so it feels.
Yes, it is indeed, and it always provides plenty of entertainment for us. Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Mike LaBelle, let's try and break this one down right now. It took penalties to separate these two. After Gabriel, he just wouldn't die, would he? He wouldn't go out without a battle right there. He was fighting until the very end.
And I did make a penalty kick request earlier this morning. I didn't know which qualifier was going to happen in. And I think that for Valen here, this is big for him in terms of moving forward. Surely he's got to be the favorite, you would think, coming out of the losers bracket as well, that you're going to be able to build on that momentum and you're going to be able to push your way onward into the grand final. And then for Gabriel as well, you do start to question, well, what's missing? Obviously, your consistency, brilliant. One of the most consistent players in this region. So why aren't you able to bring that to life on the broadcast, especially today in particular, because you didn't have some of the other big names. You didn't have the Resendes. You didn't have the PHN. You didn't have some of these guys that you normally run into on a regular basis. And I realize they're third and fourth, but you still have to sit back and really say, I should have got that done. Or this is my big opportunity that I could have had, that champion's pedigree. Once that's stapled or stamped, or it's part of your collective, you now have that reputation.
You do indeed, and it is Crew Esports Valen who makes his way through to that losers bracket final. But as you said, Mike, it was a great opportunity for Gabriel after what's been an incredible season for him to finally be crowned champion here at the final South America regional qualifier, but it just wasn't meant to be, and it is Crew Esports Valen who makes his way through. He will face off against Bizera in that losers bracket final, and Mike, for Valen, he now can take this on. He's going to be full of confidence. He's thinking about a bracket reset right now.
Well, that's what I said. I know that he's still got a match against maybe the most motivated competitor of the Final Four with Bizera, because he needs it. He has to have it. He's the only player that can move his way in or outward in terms of playoffs. So he has the most pressure probably on him. But if you're Valen, you win in penalty kicks, you get a big result, massive matchup. Your confidence has to be higher than ever, and you're starting to then think, all right, got that out of the way. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to move. I should win this game. I've been better than Bizera, at least on paper. And also the results we've been getting. He's been more consistent. That's why he's sitting in a position to make playoffs. So now you start to think a little bit, all right, I could do this. I'm ready.
What was it about Valen's gameplay in that game and those two legs, Mike, that impressed you? Was there something that you thought, wow, he looks like he can really go on and showcase his talents and continue to win?
I would say being able to face adversity. Both those competitors actually have faced adversity with the red card and having to make multiple comebacks. It's so easy in FIFA, and maybe it's just me. I don't think so. The chat will let us know. But when I start losing games, I feel like I'm not getting the bounces. They're not going in my favor. I often play worse, plain and simple. And I feel like actually both competitors did a really good job of keeping this game competitive. But that's something that I really took away is that Valen wasn't giving up. He wasn't shutting down. He didn't lose focus. Whether the ball bounced for him or against him, he was there. He was dialed.
He was indeed, and hopefully he can take that confidence and the luck a little bit as well. Sometimes you need the FIFA gods to be in your favour as he makes his way through to that losers bracket final right now. And Mike, Becerra will have been watching that game. He's dropped down from the winners bracket. Is there anything that you think Becerra would have picked out and thought, okay, I can try and expose Valen here. There's some weaknesses that I can capitalise on?
I don't know if we go as far as weaknesses, but I feel if you're watching that from his perspective, then you're going to say, these guys are who I thought they were. They both showed up. It wasn't like we got a lackluster approach there. That one competitor was so much more impressive than the other. It was very even. It was back and forth. It was head-to-head. So I think that he's ready for it. He knows what he has to do, and I keep saying the same thing, but you get to control it. You couldn't ask for anything better than that. I just want to have control. He's got control.
Yes, he does have control indeed, and we move forward into our losers bracket final. Yes, a spot in the grand final is up for grabs as Becerra takes on Valen, who comes out on top. We will find out. We'll be back after this short break.
What kind of moves I gotta make to keep it popping? Raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate. But either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different. Low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to the cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I am. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me.
South America, it's the 5th and final regional qualifier, and we've had 2 matchups. We've got 2 more to go, and Mike LaBelle, we're about to head into the losers bracket final. This could be one of those exciting games because you lose, you're out the competition, you're done, but if you win, you progress through to that grand final.
I don't know if I'm just thinking about fighting games right now, but I feel like this is that last scene. You're right. Got that uppercut. We're bringing back the years. A little rewind. This is where you're make or break, and I love that we have this matchup here because we're going to have some new storylines, whether it's Valen going through, getting himself into a final, or Becerra clinching his spot or losing his spot in playoffs. This game decides all of that.
It does indeed, and Mike LaBelle, you've got all of the energy, which I love. And I thought, do you know what, mate? I'm trying to replicate your setup right there with the energy, beautiful people in the background. I've changed my lighting to green, and everyone at home, if you're watching from Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, well, if you visit Mercado Libre, you'll find exclusive sales in gaming products, and you can enjoy fast shipping and update your setups like myself, like Mike LaBelle. Today, Mercado Libre has everything you need right there. Right, back to the action. Mike LaBelle, you've said that the history could be made right now with people making their way through to the grand final, and to do that, they've got to win this losers bracket final. Then if they want to win the entire tournament, well, they've got to force a bracket reset. Becerra needs 1 game to secure his place at playoffs. Valen wants to go on and represent Crew Esports and win this entire tournament. And they'll be going head-to-head right now. Both of those dreaming of glory. And one man that is sat patiently waiting in that grand final, SPQR's Felipe. He is in pole position right now. If he wins the first matchup over 2 legs in the grand final, well, he wins. But these players that are in the losers bracket, their fingers are getting warmer. They're getting better at the game. And Mike LaBelle, this is where they probably feel most confident, having to climb up through that losers bracket.
I think it depends who you're talking to right now. Because if you're Becerra and you're saying this is all, this is my season. He's got his season in this 1 game in the final regional of South America, wants to make playoffs. I don't know that he's building the momentum yet. I think he's probably feeling a lot of the pressure. He'll feel a lot looser when this game is done if he's the victor, if he scores the first couple goals. Maybe you get more of that free flow, that expression, those ins, those outs, that razzle, that dazzle. But right here, right now, I think he's feeling very warm, hot fire, extra fuego.
Oh, extra fuego.
But maybe not the right kind of fuego either. Just like under pressure right now. Under pressure, I'm telling you.
How do you deal with that though, Mike? Because you've competed.
You take a shower. You take a shower.
He can't do that though. He's got 2 legs of FIFA to compete in. He can't just pause and say, I need to take a shower. How do you actually mentally deal with it, Mike? Because you've been in those high pressure situations. What did you do?
The best advice I could give is that short-term memory as you're moving through, especially since he already has a loss earlier today, and then also not to overthink. Go into the game. You've been preparing. You've played all year long for moments like this. Don't treat that moment differently. It still needs to look just like how your online matches look, your practice matches, your previous qualifier games, you name it. Do not make this bigger than what it is unless you're one of those people that just strives for a little more of that adrenaline kicker, because I feel a lot of people tend to get into these situations and then they start to look a little nervous, a little shaky, maybe a little more tentative. And that's why we've seen a lot of the same faces win events. I'm not saying get to events, but win events are often, there's repeat customers. And it's because they don't get shaky, they're ready for the moment, and they gravitate towards it and they don't treat it different.
Do you think that is the difference between the competitors, Mike, that go on to be successful throughout the FIFA Global Series? It's having that nerve. It's being able to relax. Obviously, here in South America, we've got somebody called Nicholas99FC. Everyone calls him the Iceman. He's been so successful. He's called the Iceman because he doesn't show any of it. He doesn't get nervous, it seems. Do you think that helps these competitors?
It plays a massive factor. Nicholas is a good example. Resende is more emotional than Nicholas, at least from what you're seeing on screen in terms of his reactions. But still, he's got that trait where he's able to really translate everything he wants to do to these big games, to reaching the finals. Matthias is another guy from this region that has to be talked about. This guy, all he does is win. He just constantly wins. I know that we don't have anything on display at the moment for the Matthias sighting and so forth, but I mean, the guy just wins. And if you were to go into other regions, MS Desari is a great example of a guy that looks like he's calm, cool, collected. He's ready for the finals. You don't see anything extra. He said, I'm supposed to be here. This is my expectation.
Right, well, let's see what happens. Who can hold their nerve in this losers bracket final? Yes, we've got Becerra taking on Crew Esports Valen. Let's throw it straight across to Richard and Brandon to have a look at how these competitors line up. Guys, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, here we go then. It is time for the loser final, where one of these two will book a date in the grand final against SPQR Felipe. Let's have a little look at the teams just to refresh our minds of this. MGCF Becerra first and foremost. The team on the left, Richard, he has gone for an interesting look. I mean, the FUT Birthdays are in use, but also the Serie A players are in use. That's an interesting backline.
No, it certainly is, Brandon, with Tamore and Theo Hernandez getting the link to Cristiano Ronaldo. I would probably just say he's not got as much coins available to buy the better players, in all honesty. Inform Neymar, Ital, Mbappe, and the Inform Ronaldo, the second Inform Ronaldo, I believe it is. You got Renato Sanchez and mid Mateus with Mbabu, Bender, Tamore, Hernandez across the back four. On the other side of that, well, about as meta squad as you could potentially ask for right here, with Mbappe, Neymar, Renato, Bruno, and Ronaldo. And also that huge Yusuf Attal getting the link to Renato Sanchez. Back four of Hernandez, Cancelo, Walker, and James. You notice he's only got one of the quotation marks premium players, does Valen, and that is Mbappe, meaning that the restrictions alter so he can have another higher rated player off of the bench or in the starting 11 if he so does desire. And instead of that, he uses Neymar as a plus 90, Fernandez as a plus 90, and Ronaldo as a plus 90. Instead of having the Team of the Year Ronaldo and also the Team of the Year Mbappe.
Would you say the nerves have settled yet for Valen? I mean, he's just come out of a very nervy penalty shootout to get into this game right now. Lots on the line here. And I mean, there's that storyline again we look at here, Richard, for Becerra. Has to win to get playoffs. It's as simple as that. He's made it pretty difficult for himself. He's had to go through this loser bracket now. If you have just tuned in, this is qualifier number 5 in South America. There's been 5 qualifiers in the global series for this region. Sorry, Richard, go on.
Yeah, you're just talking about the nerves. Just on the top of my head, while that is still fresh in my mind, he actually showed a lot of composure. Not only did he get back into the game when the game was going against him, he got that goal back to send him into the level playing field, but also, let's not forget the penalties. He was 4 out of 4 from the penalty spot. He scored all 4 penalties, saving, I think, 2 penalties as well from his opponent. Like, it was about as perfect a penalty shootout as you could potentially ask for if you are Valen. What he's wanting in this game right now is the drop-off to be less significant. Everyone's going to have dips in games of FIFA. That's why it's played over 2 legs. You sort of get the balance out. What he wants is, he doesn't want the highs to be 4-0 up, 2-0 up, 3-0 up, and then the lows to be conceding 3 goals. You would rather it be 2-0 and a 2-0. Just 2 good performances in both legs instead of 1 outstanding performance and 1 lackluster performance.
No, exactly that. And as you said, you know, that's the beauty of it. On the flip side, both had two different performances, I should say. 2 different performances, I should say. I'll get my words out. In their games that they played, you know, for Barrera, it was a case of, you know, started the game so well, second leg came out, gave pretty much nothing by his own account. He knows that, and for him, we already know that there's going to be 15 players at those playoffs on the Xbox. We are just trying to find out that final name. Who is that final player? And it's in his hands. I mean, that does add so much onto it that he has to win. I mean, there's 12 points between him and, of course, that man that's just 2 spots above him in Denny. It's like, who's going to get it here? He's got to think, right, just take a leg at a time, get me over the line. Of course, if I win, I'll be in a grand final, which would be amazing. First ever qualifier, we must add, for Becerra. What a storyline it's been for him of MGCF Esports. They've had a great year. They've had loads of players popping up and doing some great things. But who's he up against? A player that's got a lot of experience. He's been in this position before. Back in qualifier number 3, Valen beat Santino, made a grand final. So he's been on this loser bracket run before. How's that going to differ, and how's that going to really shake his opponent? Because it's the first defeat that Becerra has tasted in this whole qualifier.
No, absolutely that, Brandon. And what you might be thinking right now is, Richard, what on earth are you doing? Basically, I'll give you a bit of insight while we're waiting for the game to start. I've got this book, okay, that I have every single result of that we commentate or that we watch. Valon, he lost to Resende in the winners' final. This was a couple of qualifiers ago, I believe. He then went to beat Resende in the grand final, forcing a bracket reset. He's been in this position before. He knows what it takes to get out of the loser's bracket and to get into the bracket reset. Resende on the second match beating 5-1 to go and claim a trophy for him. But Valon, a top competitor and probably a competitor that we don't give enough recognition to from such a competitive region.
And I'd probably say out of the 3 players that are left, a favourite that could definitely go on and win this whole tournament, in all honesty, Richard. He sits 4th in the Global Series rankings. He's had a top 2 finish before, back in qualifier number 3. There's no PH in. There's no Gabriel now in the way. He's just knocked him out. There's no Resende. Why not? Why can't he go on a bracket run to remember on this loser side? We'll have to wait and see. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us right now. It will be MGCF Becerra from left to right. Of course, on the flip side, it will be Crew Esports Valon, the only Argentine that has made 2 qualifiers on the Xbox this year. It's been all about Argentina on the PlayStation. Nicholas has been making some noise. We've also had the man that everybody fears in South America, Matthias Bonanno. The likes of Charlie Hewins popped up, of course, on the Xbox. We've had Diego, we've had Santino, but players that have really sort of gone that extra step further at one tournament. It's been all on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been very much a Brazilian-dominated region with... I said it once, I'll say it again, Brandon. 2 players dominating this region in Resende and PHZ on Xbox. On PlayStation, it's been Matthias dominated. This is an opportunity for another player to really stake their claim going into the playoffs, get that confidence, and get a little bit of notoriety about them as well, going into a very, very competitive playoff region, because a number of these players we've not even seen on broadcast who are going to be in the South American playoffs.
Here comes Valon now around the corner, and potentially so it's Mbappe that tries to pick up the pieces and nearly finds the opening goal of this game for Valon. You guys can have your say in the chat, by the way, the live Twitch chat, wherever you're watching from. It's either Becerra or Valon. If you type in one of their 2 names, that will cast your vote for the game. At the moment, it's all in the favour of Becerra, the player that wants to confirm playoffs, wants to make sure that in the 5th and final qualifier, he has done enough to take that final spot on the Xbox. That's out. Wins the ball back for his team. He's been so instrumental, in every single aspect of the game. Mbappe tries to turn his man. He falls into Reece James. It's a common saying in the commentary that man on the ball now of Chelsea, ever since that future star item was introduced into the game, he has not left any pros back for.
He really was, Brandon. I'm not going to say this lightly. He was a game changer because he was the player that opened everybody's eyes to playing fullbacks at centre-back. He was the one. He was the sort of the one that changed the meta, that Reece James. And since then, it's been not only a continuation, but a domination of fullbacks at centre-back.
Yeah, well, of course, we know that, you know, Kyle Walker, I think, since FIFA 17 has always had a centre-back variant of his item, whether that be through different promos or just in forms. This year he had an inform. Chance, Neymar, surely an opening goal here. Got to be a goal, it will be. A very well taken finish from Becerra. A ball roll into the corner that I maybe didn't expect him to go for.
Lovely little finish, in all honesty. Neymar, the goal scorer. And just hit it across the goalkeeper as well, into that near post. Edison, nowhere near it. Becerra not celebrating at all when that ball went in, keeping his calm. He knows he's got a long, long 2 legs of FIFA in front of him if he wants to claim his spot in the playoffs.
And I think he knows that as well. From that last game where he started so well, then just sloped off in the second leg. Look at the feet, look at Valen go, Cristiano Ronaldo. Directional nutmeg back to back, acres of space. And it was all about just keeping you calm.
Directional nutmeg into the gap and then just burst into the space, didn't he? Once Ronaldo's sort of away from the defender and there's a little bit of breathing room between him and the centre-back, you're not getting near him. He's too quick, he's too strong. He's too physical, Cristiano Ronaldo. Whether it's an inform, upcoming, you would imagine, team of the season FUT item or the team of the year, Ronaldo. It is just dominance from CR7.
Could be more of the same. Mbappe this time finds Ronaldo, nearly squeezes it. Past Edwin van der Sar, then the arrow was... The angle, sorry, was so acute and so tight. He had to think fast, he had to think on his feet. Fortunate enough, van der Sar just got a knee onto that one. 34 minutes played here. We knew this was going to be an open game, an end-to-end game of FIFA. Mbappe. For Valen, he's been his danger man.
The sort of dominance that Cristiano Ronaldo has in the team, Brandon, I'm going back to it because I don't think that spoke about enough. The fact that some people aren't even using Ronaldo, I just feel like you're like giving yourself a bit of a disadvantage.
Even with the restrictions in play, Rich, you could use him as one of your 90-plus players as an inform, or you don't have to put your coins on the team of the year and waste one of those team of the year icon selections. You've also got some very decent players, you can put alongside him, whether that be a Kuleveski of the future star item of Monte Calcio, or I guess on the flip side, that FUT Birthday Tower's just rustled a couple of feathers. This is brilliant feet. Mbappe back to CR7. Makes it look easy. So easy. Does Becerra. Speaking of CR7, we speak about him, we hype about him. He goes and scores another goal.
That little pass there from Mbappe, just shifting the ball back out to his right-hand side, was a real nice move. A lot of people there probably get the ball in Mbappe, turn and look to shoot, do another skill move and then get a shot away himself. But just playing the ball back into Ronaldo's path, who's then got an easier chance to score.
Half-time in front of us now. It's on the stroke of half-time when that goal's gone in. 3 goals in 45 minutes between these two in our loser final. Valen on a loser bracket to remember right now. He beat P8-0 on the way through. That is the result that I'm sure sent out a statement to the rest of the pack. 4-1 he beat him in the loser bracket round. Had to play against a fellow Argentine in Diogo of Dux Gaming. Then beat Gabriel, as we just saw in our earlier game tonight, on a penalty shootout. He was to win again. He'd be on his way to forcing a bracket reset against Felipe of SBQR in the grand final. However, that scoreline is not working in his favour as of yet, but there's still so much time to play in this one.
Oh, so much time. It's 2 legs of FIFA, even in this leg right now. If it was a one and done, you wouldn't know which way the game's going to go. Never mind 2 legs.
And that's why, you never often see it, but if you can pull away and sort of get a 3-goal cushion in your first leg, even if you have a bit of a stinker in the second leg, you don't play the best FIFA you can, sometimes that can just see over the line. That nearly was the case, to be honest, for Becerra. I thought for a split second in that game we saw him today, he had a 2-goal cushion. He did not play well at all. And for about 80 minutes, he was still in front, sorry, by a goal. And he conceded 1 goal. Then it was a sort of last-minute goal that allowed Felipe back into the game, and extra time came on the horizon. And as you can see now, there's a reason why Felipe's in that grand final. He snatched that win. Neymar into Mbappe, looking for goal number 3.
Good challenge, wasn't it? Reece James again stepping out.
Could be a dangerous ball. Cristiano Ronaldo looking for the equaliser for Valent. Goes on his own. Keeper. Interesting from Van der Sar. Kicks it out for a throw-in. Just about stays in. Final 30 in front of us now. In our final qualifier of the competitive year. We pretty much know 99% of the players that will be at the playoffs. However, as you know, on the Xbox, there's fewer spots available. PlayStation offering near enough double those spots. Here's Ronaldo looking for the equaliser into Bruno Fernandes. It's played very short. He left him very short change there on that pass. What's the break on the flip side of that? Out. Running rampant. And that back line, he got past Fernandes, could not get past. Next man in line. It's one thing that he's been renowned for, though, MGCF. The way that he's been able to sort of use his fullbacks to his advantage, get them bombing on. Get them involved in attack, scoring goals, assisting goals. Mbappe.
Oh,
That an elastic arm, it was nearly a goal to remember, and probably a goal for Mike Labelle to break down.
oh, mate, that would have been beautiful, wouldn't it? The elastico inside the box. I didn't know he'd maybe have gone for a reverse elastico.
Chance drops the shoulder. Neymar again. Valent just getting frustrated there. You just saw her. Have his hand up there. He just can't find the gap within that 5-back, and you know it's not easy to do when it becomes so compact in and around the box.
The level, I feel like we've taken a step up, Brandon. The first couple of games that we saw, they were good. They were very good. But this just feels different. It feels tenser. It feels tighter. And when you look at the implications on the line, especially for Bezerra, it is going to be a bigger opportunity. Mbappe sweats it across. Renato Sanchez into the back of the net. 3-1 lead for the man who, if he wins this game, wins it all.
And to be honest, a really well-taken goal there. We've questioned Renato Sanchez in front of goal, but that one, I think anyone could have scored that. The build-up play was brilliant. The fact that Renato still made that attacking run gets out a rare smile from my Bezerra. He knows that's a massive goal for him. He's still a long, long, long way away from it, but he's smiling, he's happy, he's enjoying his FIFA. He has to win this two-legged game to get playoffs in the bag, to take that final spot in South America on the Xbox. And with goals like that and moments like that, you're certainly going to put yourself in the driving seat.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but he's been in this position before, Brandon. In the winners bracket final, he was leading against Felipe and then had a shocker of a second leg.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it was the second leg from hell, in all honesty. That has to change, and that cannot be the same. If he wants to stay, lovely chance. Mbappe, brilliant save, Van der Sar. Moments like that and chances like that often do go in.
And again, the first time fake shot being so successful inside the box, getting another chance at goal using that particular move.
Minutes away from the halfway point. One more goal would certainly Make it a mountain to climb heading into that second leg. For Valen, it would be a fairy tale story on the flip side. Ronaldo. CR7 dancing in the box. Or out just outside of it, heading his way into the box, I should say. Mbappe back to Renato Sanchez.
Oh.
That would have been a story if he was to bag a brace.
His first touch, wasn't it? Just let him down a little bit. Went to take that touch past the defender. If he'd have gone to the right-hand side, would have had a great opportunity to just slide it past the keeper.
Ronaldo. Back to Mbappe. Last chance of the game for Valen. Wow. Wowee, that chance there. Looking back, I tell you, in 19 game minutes time in leg 2 could be the difference between staying in this tournament and making a grand final. I don't know what happened there. I don't know who got the touch on the ball, and let alone if it was a corner. I mean, why did the referee not play the corner? It's the only time he normally plays on.
Yeah, I think he just missed the target, Mbappe. I think he just shanked it wide. It might have been a shot deflected off the defender, then back onto Mbappe's shin, maybe. We're going to see the best moments from leg number 1 right here. Neymar opening the goal scoring. Quite a unique finish there. Typically go across the goalkeeper, but just angled his body, whipped it back into the near post. Valen answered straight back. Neymar playing the ball into Mbappe. He played it back to Etal. Quite a nice goal, this one. Neymar then back involved. He turns his man with a lovely directional nutmeg around the outside and slotted it past the goalkeeper with Cristiano Ronaldo. However, great sort of determination, heart, passion, desire showed by Becerra. He got back into the game. Not only got back into the game, but then went to extend his lead to 3-1.
Yeah, this was a really nice goal as well. I think this is one that we'll talk about in a second. Before that, there was a couple of chances for Valen here. This was one of them. Just sold him a little bit short in Bruno Fernandes. This was the goal to talk about. Watch Renato Sanchez's run now. You can just see him sort of hanging around the edge of the box, but he just sort of doesn't know what to do. Does he go? Does he stay? And he just keeps on running. Interchanges perfectly well. And it's one of them that he was never going to be missing there. That was 15 minutes left in the game. That made it 3-1. The interchange was great. And that's what Renato Sanchez is about. Yes, he's known for being that sort of player that breaks up the play, a box-to-box midfielder, but he can go forward, Rich. And on the odd occasion, when he's in the right area, he can score a goal. Yeah, the ball movement was outstanding there on the edge of the box. 1-2 passes, keeping it moving, nice and quick, nice and snappy. And Renato being the beneficiary of it, slotting in for a 3-1 lead. Yeah, and that will do us at the halfway point in the leg between these two. We will go to a quick break. Now, when we return, we'll have that second leg, and we'll be finding out who will be booking a spot in the playoffs and who will be booking a spot in that grand final tonight to take on SBQR Felipe. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time.
Most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now. A superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me. I'm on. I'll be back in my stride. That's how we design. One thing I know, when no back is against that wall.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 5. This is the last time we'll see the Xbox competitors battle it out tonight before those all-important Global Series playoffs. My name is Brandon Smith. Of course, Richard Buckley joining me for the call of the action tonight. Rich, we're at the halfway point in our losers final. Only one player can continue their run into the grand final tonight. It must be said that we will be seeing a new winner overall tonight, which certainly just excites things and shakes things up heading in to those playoffs whenever they will be in a couple of weeks or months' time.
Yeah, somebody's going to be going into, that's a mouthful, the playoffs on the tippity top of the mountain, in all honesty, riding a huge wave of confidence, going in there thinking, you know what, yeah, PhD, you might have been classmate, but that was back in December. I'm the man of the moment right now. I am the champion going into the latest qualifier, and I'm the one wanting to take one of those spots into the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final.
It must be said, it's a long old season. There's only a handful of players that can stay consistent and be so good for such a long period of time. And then, as you said, you come and you have a peak, you come late. You look at MGCF Becerra. He's left it to qualify 5 to really make a last 8 run, or as you see now, a top 3, maybe a top 2 run, or could be the champion tonight if he can hold on to this game. The storyline has been in all the games tonight that we've got one playoff spot up for grabs, one player left in the top 16, and it's MGCF Becerra that will be playing for that all-important spot. Here comes Valen looking to kick things off with Atau. It's going to be an early goal, and it's going to be an early start in what plans to be a very long 2 legs of FIFA. Some would say, Rich, is this deja vu?
I was just about to say, am I getting deja vu right now for Becerra? He, just to give you a bit of context, was leading in the winners bracket final against SPQR Felipe. Felipe came back in the second leg and overturned the deficit to send him through to the grand final. The significance of that defeat, Becerra is only 1 spot away from earning a spot in the playoffs. If he wins this match, he will be in the FIFA Global Series South American playoffs, which is their key to the E-World Cup grand final. If he goes on to lose this game, well, his FIFA 21 season will be over.
Here we go then. What a way to start the game, in all honesty, on the flip side of that. Just makes things such tighter and so more difficult. 3-2 the scoreline. I mean, he sat on a scoreline like this before for 80 minutes, did Becerra, but will he be able to do it again? It's quite an ask, in all honesty. You have to come out and you have to score goals. That's why FIFA's played over 2 legs, just because of these scenarios. Ball into the box. It was always challenging. The striker, and Edwin van der Sar off his line. Clutches the ball up perfectly there. It's been an interesting team selection, in all honesty, for Becerra. Maybe that's why he has not been at the forefront across the 4 qualifiers before. His team might not have been up to scratch. I mean, it's not a bad team that he's got now. And I'm not saying that it never was, but he's got an interesting selection of picks in there.
No, he certainly has, and some of those players in particular, Brandon, just aren't, I wouldn't say the most meta, but they're just not the most desired, are they? Like, Lothar Matthäus is one that it is a little confusing. I can't lie to you. It does confuse me a little bit. I'd love to know the reasoning behind Lothar Matthäus in the squad. Is he untradeable? Has he done well for you in Weekend League? Has he done well for you in qualifiers? Was he the reason that you got to this event because he played well in the qualifiers?
Chance Hernandez, he's loved these fullbacks. Theo Hernandez, just scuffs his lines. He scored a goal literally in the exact same position back in his opening game today, but on that occasion it was just too much to ask. With the defender in the way, it was a real difficult shot to nail.
Just pulled it wide, didn't he, with Theo Hernandez? He's not an Alphonso Davies-esque attacking fullback. He's a lot more defensive. He's a lot more assured of himself in the defensive aspect. He can get you a goal. He can nick you a goal now and again, but he's not the most reliable, and that reliability proving itself right there.
Nicely done, Neymar. Finds Sanchez, chance, Mbappe does well, Elastic. Oh, what a save, Van der Sar.
That was a lovely elastico, wasn't it? Straight out of his feet, whips the skill move out. No chance for the defender at all as the header goes sailing over the crossbar. The elastico, even though it has been nerfed this year, still, if timed correctly, can just send defenders and give you that nice animation every single time.
Save it was there. Chance still. Alive Neymar this time finds Bruno Fernandes. It's not the cleanest of passes. It doesn't come off in his favour. 30 minutes played here, and he's had 30 minutes of Valenesque attacks to deal with. Still got 60 more minutes left of it. You feel like at some point there's just going to be a crack that will then end up for him conceding another one. The cracks are starting to appear now.
Yeah, I think there's already a few cracks. I'm wondering when the building's going to come tumbling down.
The best thing that he can do is just get down the other end and score a goal. Didn't register a single shot in that game earlier when we were talking about his second leg. That needs to change, and will it change? Let's have a little look. Mbappe waiting to try and find the run of Cristiano Ronaldo. It was a case of where was it going to come? Was it ever going to come? On the flip side, Valen defending superbly well. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo down his attacking channel now. Looks for the cut back, finds Bruno Fernandes. Where's the ball back again? It's bouncing. It's not nice, and it's unfortunate.
Heartbreaking way to concede. Bruno Fernandes, the ball bouncing around the box like a pinball machine. And it's just fallen to Bruno. Van der Sar goes down, nowhere near it. Left flailing at the back. And that's a goal. Not only have you conceded, not only is the game level, but that can be a momentum, confidence, and composure destroyer right there. That can send your FIFA game into a tornado whirlwind that you potentially can't even recover from.
I mean, you saw it on the reaction there. It's straight away. Head in hands moment. A nightmare that he's having to relive again. Has to just clear it from his mind and just understand how good he was playing in that first leg. A minute of added time left. Seconds.
Hold on. Back post.
Of time left. Is he going to let it play? No, that will do us for the first 45 here, but just got to try and get out his own mind, really, doesn't he? Becerra. He always plays such a good first leg. I mean, we've not seen this guy in any other of our qualifiers this year, and that's just saying it bluntly how it is. But when we've seen him tonight, he starts well. We plays some brilliant FIFA, but the two times we've seen him tonight, his second legs just lack.
No, they're certainly doing it. It's almost the fact of he's playing within himself in the second legs. He plays differently. Maybe the confidence has been gone. The confidence is defeated. Not sure what it is, Brandon, but we just need to see something different from him. We need to see that first leg performance. These are the questions. A coach is necessary. A mental coach, somebody just with you, helping you get into that first leg mindset every game. Because if not, games will continue to go away from you. If you're not going into the second leg winning 5-0, you can't relax.
"45 minutes in front of all of us here. Scoreline level at 3-3. Valen had to come in and do a job. That job was to make this game all square and to give myself a chance of getting into a grand final. He scored his first goal in 4 minutes. The second goal followed pretty soon after that one. It is all to play for. Is this where you start to see the levels in between these two in terms of how good Valen has been? Valen looking for another one. It's absolutely remarkable. Oh, it's brilliant from Neymar. What a block. Kevin Mbabu, he knew nothing about it.
It's outstanding composure from Neymar. The L2 fake shot direction. Looked like it was going to work out for him. And Babu on the line, saving the day for Becerra.
Still alive, these moments. He does look so good. Mbappe. La Croqueta. The close control dribbling. So impressive. Back to my point, I mean, speak about experience, speak about playing well in these LAN events, Rich, and having good runs. Valen's been in a grand final before. He's had a top 2 finish. It was back in February where he did it. But still, those experiences, those top 4 finishes, those top 8 runs he's had are only going to work in his favour. In moments like this, chance. Oh, off the right.
What a chance. Mbappe at the near post. Left-footed volley. Hitting the upright. We've had so many so many posts and uprights hit today. Whether that be from free kicks, whether that be from whipped crosses into the box.
Must be thinking to himself, Becerra, is this just not my day? Bruno Fernandes. Final 30 here. Winner goes into the grand final tonight. Winner corner. Looks for the arcing run of Ronaldo. It's
Neymar.
Falls back to Neymar. Who'll try and finesse it. Fernandes gets a block onto it. Corner to be played in again. Whipped in towards Ronaldo. And Fernandes up. 2 hands on the ball.
These chances getting closer and closer for Valen. Becerra simply cannot concede, not only because he'll be losing the game, but also mentally he will be so defeated. Oh, he looks like he's in distress right now. Look at the face cam. Looks like he just stubbed his toe. Looks upset. He looks angry. He looks agitated. Probably rather stub his toe than be in a drawing predicament at 3 apiece. And nobody, and I repeat, nobody like stubbing their toe.
I mean, you remember him after the first leg, Rich, all smiles, happy, chappy that he was. He was in a really comfortable position. I think now it's just a battle of the mental side of competitive FIFA in any esports game. You've got to back yourself. A lot of self-talk out there just saying, you know, I am good enough. There's a reason why I'm here. There's a reason why. I want an incredible winners bracket run. Has that first defeat just unravelled? Just that belief that he did have. 20 minutes left. 3-3 the scoreline. Winner goes into a grand final against SPQR Filippo. Could be a rematch for Becerra, and it could be another grand final this year for Valen. Will he be able to put it right, though, this time and crown himself as a champion? The first Argentine champion on the Xbox in South America in a long time. Matthias into Cristiano Ronaldo. Looks to drop the shoulder. Ronaldo back to Mbappe! And that's the wake-up call that he's needed. He's been holding out for a hero all game long. And when you need a hero, look no further than Kylian Mbappe.
Huge goal for Becerra right there. Kylian Mbappe running onto the ball. And then just slotting it past the goalkeeper. Becerra with an outpour of emotion as that ball hit the back of the net. You see the live shots right now of the two competitors. What is he, about 17, 18 minutes away, Brandon, from claiming his spot in the playoffs?
I mean, there's so much more in this game. Forget the grand final for now. If he wins this game, playoffs will happen for him. And that's what he wants to be playing for. A chance to get into those Global Series playoffs, to take the final spot. Has he got enough left in the tank to hold on? for the last 17 in-game minutes. Tavernier comes on. Rashford comes on the flip side for Becerra. One last roll of the dice. He's come back before when he's been 2 goals down as Valent. Can he do it again? Ronaldo. Back to Tavernier, back to Cristiano!
You cannot write this game off. You cannot say he's in the playoffs until the final whistle goes. Bruno Fernandes looked to play the ball quickly into Ronaldo's path. It bounced back to Mbappe. He found CR7 on the edge of the box. A little bit of link up, and then again, I hate to go on about it. I hate to sound like a broken record, but the first time fake shot is a skill move, is a dribbling technique that we just do not see used enough.
Where is this game going? Is it crying out for extra time? Because at this moment in time, it feels like that will be the best verdict. Even a full stretch Edwin van der Sar couldn't get that. Back again we shall go. 10 minutes left on the clock. Who can hold their nerve? Who can create that piece of magic in the box? Rashford. Back to Mbappe. Matthijs Mbappe around the corner.
Free kick? No.
Mbappe still. Where's the space? Where's the option?
If Valent scores in this final sort of 3-4 minutes, it'll be the ultimate heartbreak, the ultimate devastation for Becerra.
Could be a chance. The player lock tried to find a man.
He's in.
What a ball this could be. Machis! How? Has that not found its way into the back of the net? I have no idea.
It must be written in the stars. It must be. Oh.
Every single game we've watched tonight in South America has gone to extra time in the decisive matchup.
Honestly, I don't know how Machis has not scored that. You see him open his body up. You see him look for the finesse. And somehow, a block, a body on the line. Incredible.
I mean, this is what we love, isn't it? These extra time games that go the extra mile.
Oh, not only extra time, but when we see that bracket reset as well, when the opportunity for the player from the losers bracket gets his best performance in that grand final, and then we see it go again. 4 legs of FIFA. It truly is one for the ages. We've not seen a lot of bracket resets recently, but there's nothing that I love better than seeing that bracket reset come in and getting to see our grand final repeat.
And to be honest, Richie, with you saying that, you've probably cursed it. So it always seems to be the case in South America. Bracket resets and South America, they go hand in hand. Well, 30 minutes more. Before we've even kicked a ball in the grand final. Watch that player like Atal then gets the ball back again, finds the feet of Mbappe. It's a little bit too short off the post by Edison, and somehow just jumps back on the ball and pounces on it.
What a save from Edison. A lot of people regard him as the #1 keeper in the game. That was incredible.
Extra time here. Winner goes into a grand final. Of course, Valen kicking from left to right in the first half here in that dark strip and in the white shirt, blue shorts that he's played in all night long. Zera is playing for a playoff spot. Chance, Renato Sanchez of all people back to Mbappe again. Ederson.
Ederson does not want Becerra to go to the playoffs.
It's a one-man effort at the moment. And Babu gets blocked off. Referee says, no, that's not a free kick. We'll play on down the other end. Wins the ball back. The hustle's good. The press is even better. When he's getting all these chances, one of them has to find its way into the back of the net. That's out. Back to Matthias. Again, can't find the pass. Can't find that final ball into Mbappe. Chance to break on the flip side now for Valen.
Maybe a counter-attack. Looked like it could have been looming on the horizon there. Matthias has been incredible, hasn't he?
That might just about do us for the first half, unless the referee wants to play one more attack. Chance.
He's offside.
Mbappe. Offside. That's going to probably do us now. 15 minutes left in front of us. Where is this going? Penalties again?
Surely not. Surely not. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Valen. He was incredible in the last penalty shootout, wasn't he? If you can repeat it again and go back-to-back penalty shootouts. Deep intake of breath there from Becerra. He knows this is his moment. This is his ticket to the dance.
Final 15. Chance still alive. A final spot up for grabs. A playoff spot for grabs. Mbappe finds the feet of Mohamed Salah.
Oh no!
Mohamed Salah, the Egyptian king, will thou potentially send MGCF's very own Becerra into the playoffs, and if he's not in the starting lineup, or at least on the subs bench for those playoffs whenever they come, I'll be asking some serious questions. If that is the winning goal.
Mo Salah, an unlikely hero. Very rarely do we even see Mo Salah get introduced onto the pitch. Wow, what a game.
However, every single time that Becerra's been in front, Valen has always responded. This time, you've got 5 minutes to see this one out. 5 more minutes is all it is. Chance. Ronaldo can't find a way through past Tomori at the back. He's defended well.
Stick it in the corner.
It's in his hands. Playoffs is in his hands. A grand final spot. Also up for grabs. 2 minutes plus additional time. I'm sure his teammates, his team and MGCF will be just saying, just keep the ball.
Oh.
One last bite of the cherry for Valen.
Oh, he's got slid in as well. He's slid in.
It could be through. Well, he does win the battle though, Tomori. An unlikely character in the team to get the job done, to send Becerra into the playoffs. Spot number 16, it's in writing. MGCF Becerra will be on his way to the FIFA 21 Global Series playoffs on the Xbox. That's the final spot wrapped up. Congratulations.
What a performance. He did nothing the easy way, did Becerra, and he will take that playoff spot. However, not the end of today's action, because we have got a grand final to look forward to, a repeat of our winners bracket final between Felipe and Becerra. Felipe clutched up in the first game that these played. Will it be revenge for Becerra? Will he force that bracket reset and take home the trophy? Or will he have already got his feet up? He's already got the playoff spot. He came and he got what he needed. And will Felipe be taking home the #1 spot from this qualifier number 5?
And I mean, Rich, we talk about this all the time. It can sound as cliche as you want. Every single game tonight has delivered. Every single game has gone to extra time. We've had a penalty shootout. We've had goals galore. We've had some incredible saves, some chances that probably should have gone in, other chances that were off the bar. It's just been incredible to watch. I think you said, and a brilliant advocate for competitive FIFA to those that might have only just started watching FIFA and want to get their taster of what this scene is all about.
Yeah, great advert for it, indeed. I mean, just the intensity as well of these games. You see the reactions in the face cams, so many chances. That one hitting the post for Becerra, another chance falling here, low for Mateus. He whipped the ball out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Little movement inside into Mbappe, who just rifled it into the bottom corner. And you thought Becerra might have won it in regular time. That would not be the case. Have a little look at this first-time fake shot from Cristiano Ronaldo as the ball came back into him. Fake shot away in between 3 players, like a snake just dipping and slithering and sliding through and slotting it past the goalkeeper. And extra time was needed.
Yeah, it was indeed. And this was the moment where we thought, is he going to score? What a save from Edison. It wasn't 1, but 2 saves he made. I think we'll see the next one here. This is another save from Edison. Certainly earning his keep was the Brazilian goalkeeper. Another brilliant save again. Every single time that he tried to find a way through, but then this was the chance. And who was it? It was the man off the bench.
Yeah, he did get slightly fortunate. Renato Sanchez pickpocketing Bruno Fernandes there. Mbappe playing the ball into Salah. Little 1-2 between Mbappe and Salah. And just smashed it. No finesse needed on that one. Past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. And that was the winning moment for him. You can see the statistics and the match right there. But there's only one fact that you know coming out the back of that game. And that's that Elias Becerra will be the final player making up the playoffs.
Yeah, congratulations to him. Spot 16, as we said, is in bag. Also, a rematch in bag, Richard, for our grand final tonight. But a little bit of a different story because he has to win across 2 different matches now because he's going through the loser bracket. So it'll force a bracket reset for Felipe. He better get warmed up again. I'm sure he's been playing. He's had about an hour and a half break, maybe longer, for just getting into this game. He's got the cushion as well that he's not lost a game tonight. So he can fall back on that, but he'll just want him to get it done in 2 and to crown himself the final and the 5th champion on the Xbox in South America.
Yeah, it certainly will be. It was a fantastic game in our losers bracket final, as all the matches have delivered today. And really, what else could you ask for? It was sort of unknown quantities coming into today. Number of players that we've only seen maybe a couple of times. Gabriel was the only staple from South America qualifiers previously. No PhD, no Resende. We guaranteed a new winner. Will it be MGCF Becerra or will it be SPQR Felipe? We'll find out very soon.
Yeah, it's all to play for, isn't it, here in South America? An incredible display. As you said, every single game has gone to extra time. I mean, it only feels like the grand final is also going to do the same. But that's enough from me and you, Richard, in that losers final. We know the final 2 players. I'm going to pass it back to Carl and Mike LaBelle to break it all down. Gentlemen, what did you make of that one?
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Yes, Richard pointing up at us. Yeah, very smart, very smart. Richard Buckley's the master of that one right there. Right, let's get into it. Let's break things down, Mike LaBelle. Another game that went to extra time, but this time, once again, like the first one, we did not need penalties to separate these 2.
And I'm good with that, especially in a decider. Not that it matters if Mike's good with it or not, but I was very entertained. Another matchup where we had the back and forth, both players having bounces go their way, bounces go against them. We saw the post, we saw the goalkeeper saves, we saw a late finish, the 1-2, open it up. So you had the skill moves, you had the defensive play, you had the midfield, you had a little bit of everything. Decisive, tentative, you name it, it was here. And now we have our grand finalist.
Yes, we do have our grand finalist. It is a repeat of that first matchup right there. But Mike, it's a little bit different this time because Becerra, he's got that one win. He makes his way through to playoffs. So now he can play his free-flowing FIFA that Mike LaBelle loves to talk about.
He'll definitely be more relaxed. And speaking of that, I think we should definitely give a little hand clap for Becerra. Congratulations. This is huge. It was the only player that was taking part today that could actually move the needle one way or the other. He got himself into the playoff picture. Doesn't matter how you do it. Now that evens everything out, and he can go for a run.
How do you think that will change this grand final, Mike? Because the pressure was definitely on him in that first matchup. He was in the winner's bracket side of things. Now there's pressure because it is the loser's bracket, and he's got to force that bracket reset. But surely he can sigh a big sigh of relief.
Agree with the sigh of relief. Even more so because, remember, he was ahead against Felipe, and he kind of blew that game to a certain degree because he had a brilliant first leg and a very subpar or lackluster second leg. So him getting this win not only solidifies that position, but also boosts your confidence back up because when you get shut out, if you guys weren't here for the early games, basically the second leg was a goose egg. Zeros across the board. I don't even think he had a shot in the entire second leg. Felipe was able to generate the comeback, goes on to win grand finals, and then Becerra had to go through that loser's bracket. He's done that now. He's got his position in playoffs. I'm telling you, he's much more relaxed. Much more relaxed. Got to be way happier. His hands are less sweaty. I'm looking forward to this finale. It's always good when you get a rematch.
It is always good when you get a rematch. A chance at redemption right there for Becerra. He does take on SPQR's Felipe in that grand final. But, Mike, the loser's bracket final right there. I'm just looking at some of the stats that we've got, all right. Now, Crew Valen, he's a great competitor. We've seen him time and time again, and it did look so close between those two. You could have at times just separated them using a needle. What was the difference, though?
When the games are this back and forth, a lot of it comes down to those key moments and who's going to finish a little bit better, who gets maybe a fortunate bounce, because sometimes it's the bounce back or the rebound, or in this case, I mean, against Becerra, had the goalkeeper go against him a couple times where you thought, oh, this one might be heading to penalty kicks. Courtois over here knocking it this way and knocking it that way, hits the post, it doesn't bounce for you, but he got the job done. But those are the fine details. It's those key moments, the small margins, and in this case, it was for Becerra.
Right, let's break down one of the key moments of the game. Yes, we've got our play of the game.
And it only seems fitting, and we're talking about the play of the game, to have the go-ahead goal, the winner, the decider, the 1-2 here. Look at Salah. He's going to get that back. Can't miss from there. Back of the net. You can count it. Goalkeeper, nothing you can do. You see what it means to him. I'm sure there was some sort of vamos going on there. And this was crucial, absolutely crucial. Considering you only needed that one victory, this means so much to Becerra in terms of his success story, his narrative, his legacy, everything that he's building up this year. You see it in slow-mo, just a classic 1-2. And I talk about this a lot, but the intangibles, you got to master those. Before you really, I like the slow-mo of his celebration too. I want this control. How do I get the zoom in feature when I'm doing a live stream? I didn't know that was coming. I like that. I felt like I was in the room all of a sudden. But you see what it means to him, and I can't stress this enough. Before you get into a lot of the skills and a lot of the intricacies and the cancellations and all the razzle and the dazzle and the free flow that we always talk about and that we want to build up with superlatives, you have to master the basics. How's your triangle play? How's your build-up? Are you getting in behind? Are you able to step defensively and then recover? Are you leaving big gaps? You got to work on all of that.
Unlikely goal scorer, though, Mike, right? Mo Salah coming up with the win?
He's at 19 goals in the Premier League right now. Unlikely as could be, for sure, Kyle.
That's the Premier League, but I'm talking about FIFA 21. Come on, that foot item. We don't see him that much, do we?
Yeah, I was going to say unlikely to be used.
Yes.
Maybe some backstory here. Unlikely to be used, but I don't think he's unlikely to score. He's just not in that many squads, whether it's a super sub or a starter.
Right, let's have a look at our bracket. This is how things have unfolded on the Xbox side of things in South America. It is the 5th and final regional qualifier, and we have our grand finalist, Felipe, who represents SPQR. Well, he beat MGCF Becerra in our first matchup, the winners bracket final, so he cemented that spot in the grand final. And MGCF Becerra, well, he had it all to do. He dropped down into the losers bracket final. He beat Crew Valen in that matchup we've just watched, and now he set up a rematch, and he will be hoping that he can make his way through. He's got to force the bracket reset. Mike LaBelle, explain what that means to people who have not watched one of these tournaments before.
Well, it's relatively simple, and it's rather intuitive. You've got a winner's bracket or loser's bracket. It's a double elimination. So if you go undefeated all the way through, such as Felipe's done, he's now sitting in the grand final. And then we've had Becerra on the back end. He took a loss, and now he's came back up. So he has to force a reset. He's got to beat him in 2 series, basically, where you have 2 legs per series, whereas Felipe would only have to beat him one in one of those series to close it out. So that's the easy take and go or give and take of how it works. Basically, Felipe has a significant competitive advantage because he's got 2 chances versus just 1 chance in order to get the job done.
But if the man who secured his spot at playoffs wants to continue, what he needs to do is beat Felipe. Yes, can Becerra do it? We will be finding out very, very shortly. But Mike, surely Felipe will be sat there in that grand final thinking, I've already beat him once. I've just got to do it again. Simple.
Especially considering how dominant he was in that second leg. The big key for Felipe is going to come down to if he's able to still stay warmed up, if that makes sense. Because he's been sitting and waiting now for a couple hours. He's not coming out of playing pro on pro on pro. I don't know what his warm-up procedure looks like, but that'll probably be the most difficult task.
Right, if you guys are at home and you're wanting some pro tips on how to get better on FIFA 21, we've got you covered. Before we get into our grand final, have a watch of this short video. Then we'll have a short break. Yes, Resende, he's got you covered on his pro tips for FIFA 21.
Meu nome é Pedro Rezende, sou do Brasil, jogo pela Inter de Milão, tenho 23 anos, minha gamer tag é INT Rezende e essas são minhas dicas de um profissional.
Immense pressure. Ronaldo, fresh off the bench, the Frenchman will score.
A formação que eu venho mais usando no FIFA é a 4-4-1 com defesa em equilibrado, 5-4 de amplitude e profundidade, o ataque em lançamentos com 5-4-2-2, essas questões. E essa é a formação que eu venho mais usando durante esse FIFA.
Gonna get possession, Resende. Good buy back straight away. It's a clever finish. There you go.
As instruções que eu venho deixando nessa tática é nos meus 2 jogadores de frente ir para as pontas, chegar por trás e ficar no ataque. Nos meus 2 alas eu coloco para voltar para defender, cortar para dentro, chegar por trás e entrar na área para cruzamento. Nos meus 2 meio-campos, o mais ofensivo eu coloco para entrar na área para cruzamento e cobrir o centro.
Making it look so simple. Here's Ronaldo Nazario.
Durante a partida, se eu tô ganhando algum jogo, o que eu mudo nas minhas formações de lançamento, eu coloco para equilibrado e abaixo para 2 barras nos jogadores dentro da área. Isso vai me dar um pouco de mais de confiança ali na entrada da área com mais jogadores com opção de passe. Então essa é a mudança que eu faço. Nas instruções não faço nenhum tipo de mudança e a formação também fica a mesma.
Fernandes back to R9 on the edge of the box, on the finesse, and into the back of the net.
Para mim, o jogador mais importante da minha equipe durante o Qualifier foi o Mbappé. Decidiu várias partidas e minha zaga também foi bastante consistente. Então, creio que esses jogadores foram os que fizeram mais diferença para mim durante o Qualifier.
Mbappé all the way across, and Cristiano Ronaldo.
I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it's serious, you control it like some voodoo.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Girl, why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? Girl, why you think that?
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Regional Qualifier number 5. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and it is time for our grand final. And if you want to get in touch with us on social media, let us know who you think is going to win. Is there going to be a bracket reset? Well, you can do on Facebook, FIFA Ultimate Team right there, Instagram, EA Sports FIFA, and also across Twitter as well. Make sure you get in touch, share who you think is going to win at EA Sports FIFA, and make sure, this is important, use the hashtag FGS21. Mike LaBelle, before we get into talking about everything else, people need to get in touch, let us know, not just in the Twitch chat, who's going to win, because this could be extremely exciting.
It will be. I mean, every game we've seen today has been that. It's been extra time on extra time on extra time. We're dealing with maximum features, comebacks are on. Everything you're looking for in terms of having the top 4 competitors, now down to the top 2 competitors from South America.
Yes, indeed. There's plenty of action happening here in FIFA 21, but there's also plenty of action happening in Madden. Yes, the Madden Bowl is back and better than ever with the Madden Bowl Draft Edition. 8 teams of 3 will run the gamut of game modes for a share of $150,000. The 8 captains will make their selections at the draft show on April 20th at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then the competition begins April 25th and runs each night through April 28th. Then the action returns May 2nd and 3rd for the semi-finals before the grand finale on May 4th. Tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern Time each night to catch all of the action on twitch.tv/EA Madden NFL and Madden Competitive Gaming on YouTube. Now, also, something exciting we've got for you. We've hooked you up, all right? Myself and Mike LaBelle, we've got the green lighting in the background. And I've heard that everyone wants to also get in touch and they want theirs. So if you live in Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, if you visit Mercado Libre, you'll find exclusive sales and gaming products. And you can enjoy fast shipping and update your setups today. Mercado Libre has everything you need. Right, Mike, let's get into it. Let's talk about this competitive action right there. In particular, Becerra. I want to talk a little bit about him because he's not had the easiest of journeys to get to the grand final. He was in the winner's bracket final. He dropped down into the loser's bracket, but he's fought his way across, and here he is in the grand final.
All good. A little extra adversity is healthy for the soul. I think my mother told me that every time I stubbed my toe. Or whatever I did. No, but he was able to battle back. He lost to Felipe earlier. Very impressive first leg. Not so much in the second leg. Felipe went to the grand final, dropped down. Becerra still controlled his fate, got himself into playoffs, guaranteed big victory against Valen, and now he's got that chance, the second helping, the second dip, or the second chocolate chip. He's ready to go. Grand final, going to leave it all on the virtual pitch. Yeah, maybe it's close to dinner time. All right, we're going towards dinner. I'm looking for appetizers right now. Give me some extra sugar, and I'm happy days. But I'm ready for this final. You're ready for this final. I know we're not getting into a bunch of predictions. I'm ready to run this thing up.
Let's do it then. Let's run it up. Let's get straight into our lineups. We are ready to go with our grand final. This is how our competitors do line up. Let's throw it straight across to Richard and Brandon to kick off our grand final.
Well, here we go then. Grand final time for the final time in these 5 qualifiers. It will be Felipe up against Becerra. A rematch was the opening game of today in our winners' final. And Rich, they have to do it all again. But let's kick it off with Felipe's team first and foremost, because it was quite a while ago when we saw this man in action, because he's not lost a game. He got a fast-track ticket to a grand final, and I want to get this job done in 2 again and ensure that a bracket reset does not happen tonight.
No, absolutely not, Brandon. He can't afford to go to the bracket reset, in all honesty, when you consider as well the second leg performances of Becerra have been poor. If he can get a first leg a win, a comfortable win, a 2-goal or more win, you got to think he's in pole position to take this title. That's the 2 teams of the 2 competitors. Tamore has been a real standout player for Becerra. The FUT Future Stars, Fakayo Tamore. He's got the 87 pace and also great dribbling, tall, physical, and strong defensively, and gets a link to Tio Hernandez, so you really cannot complain at all. Lothar Matthäus in there doing the business for Becerra. Cannot wait to see this final underway.
Yeah, well, the winner of this grand final does get $5,000. Will crown themselves the 5th champion here on the Xbox. So a lot up for grabs in that aspect, but you would say there's a little bit of less pressure on Becerra now, Richard, because a big part of it tonight was the playoffs. Get to the playoffs, get enough points. For him to get to the playoffs, he had to get to this final scenario, whether it's through the winner's side, whether it's through the loser's side. Now I'd say, in some ways, this could work better for him because he's a bit more relaxed. We saw a couple of times of incredible first leg performances. The second legs weren't so good and so clean for him. But there's also that aspect on it of, I've already got his number, says Felipe. I've already beaten him over those 2 legs. I know that he starts well and his second legs are flagging a little bit. But then on the flip side, sure, that gives you even more hunger to go and make a bracket reset happen.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, when you consider that he came into the tournament with 1 goal, and that goal was to get playoffs. That goal was to win a game of FIFA to make sure that's either in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket final and get into this grand final to give him the points that solidifies him as that 16th spot. Yeah. He's set out what he achieved to do. He's hit his goals. Now, he's started playing with house money. in all honesty, he's got the opportunity to win some more prize money, to win some more points, and even push him further up those rankings. Not too sure how the playoffs he's going to be seeded, but you got to think if he's 16th, he's probably playing number 1 or something along those lines in the first game if it is seeded in that way. So, look, if he can get some more points to his name and maybe solidify himself a higher place finish, he's never going to complain with that.
Well, here we go then. Grand final time. For the 5th time in South America, it's been PH and Resende at the forefront of South American Xbox FIFA this year. However, neither of those two made it into the top 4 tonight. We will have a new winner. There will be a new champion crowned. The question is, who will it be? Chance maybe early doors. What a save, Edwin van der Sar. That was Felipe. Of course, he'll be kicking from left to right in this game. SBQR, this could be the first championship that they've acquired this year in FIFA 21. An organisation with rich history in South America. Been involved and had the likes of Senator Bone on their books. Once upon a time, it was taught. Just to name a few, even Paulo Neto also had spells with SBQR. They've been a team that have given so many players the opportunity to compete. On the flip side, it's been a breakout year for MGCFE. For the first time, we've seen them at the forefront in so many competitive tournaments. They'll be happy. Beautiful. Oh my God, Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, if the ball roll was there, that would have been up there with one of the goals of the day. What a bit of movement that was.
Yeah, the dribbling backwards, sort of when the ball on top of it, the agile dribbling, and then the directional nutmeg back into the space that he created. That would have been a beautiful goal in reality. Edison, though, he's been heroic all day long for multiple players, and again, looking to start his grand final in the best way possible is the Brazilian shot stopper.
Kulusevski. Into Mbappe, stop and turn on the ball. He tries to get past. It's a tussle in the box between him and Tamori. Always got to be careful in those sort of scenarios, not to give away a penalty, let alone a goal. Comes out on top of that one okay, though. Piling on the pressure, though, is Felipe. He knows how important a good start is in the first leg here. Remember, he can get this done in 2. Becerra has to force a bracket reset, so he has to win 1 two-legged game and then go and do it again. It's a lot of FIFA.
Certainly is. It's a marathon. The bracket reset coming from the losers bracket, it really is a long format. If you can win that first game, you've then got to get yourself remotivated for that second series.
Mbappe there trying to find a way through. Must be so difficult, you know, when you got Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar just running down at you and just making it so difficult to defend. Remember rightly though, both these two did line up in a 5-3-2 against each other. Looks to potentially be the same case here. Watch out for those fullbacks. That was the storyline when they played in the winners' matchup earlier today. Certainly should fulfill Felipe of confidence that he has not dropped a game in this whole qualifier. Some serious results on the way through.
It's a great ball.
Cancelo anchors a space, goes to that player lock. Where is the player lock? Just teases it instead. Doesn't want to use it. The angle looked too tight. Mbappe can't turn his man. Puts the pressure on Kevin Mbappe. He just about deals with that one. But again, the press is fierce.
There's a seriously good ball out wide for Cancelo. Didn't come to anything in the end. Can't believe we've already had 30 minutes in this grand final.
You'd say Felipe's been on top so far. That could change now. Mbappe dancing in the box, quite literally. This is what we want to see, though. Attack, attack, attack. I attack, you attack.
Whenever he gets in the... Go on, Brandon.
So $5,000 on the grand final. There's just so much up for grabs, and just want to allude on the fact to the Rich that we've seen so many good games that have all gone to extra time tonight.
I was going to say, whenever he gets in the final third, Bazeri looks very dangerous, but it's getting into that area. He's not getting enough chances in around the box.
Neymar. Reverse Elastico. Back to Bruno Fernandes now. On the flip side, it's just trying to get the ball into his forwards for Felipe that he's finding difficult. I mean, credit where it's due to Lothar Matthäus. He's an unlikely player that I don't think I've seen in any other pros team this year in terms of global series tournaments we've commentated on.
Not even like the prime or the moments Matthäus, in all honesty. It's the mid Matthäus as well, which is even more sort of baffling.
Added time to be followed. There's not going to be any of it. Referee, that should do us for the first 45 here in the grand final. SBQR Felipe nil. MGCF Becerra nil at the halfway point in this game. It's been an action-packed first 45. Yes, it might only say one shot apiece, but both players have got the ball in the right area. As you said, Rich, it's just that final pass or that final skill move that just has been off the mark, whether it's the timing of it or just defensively. Both players have been very, very sound.
I don't know if it's just me, Brandon, but the game feels like it's about to explode into life at any point. We're just waiting for it. We're just waiting for that moment for the game to really take the next level. At the minute, 0-0, but it's just on the cusp. Anticipation.
Halfway point.
Just seeing the stats there at the first half interval. Tell you what I used to love when I used to go to watch football back before, obviously, pre-COVID, half-time entertainment. At a football match, could be anything. Sometimes you get a crossbar challenge with a few mascots. Sometimes you get maybe if somebody from your club had won a awards ceremony. But at lower level football, used to be the raffle. You'd see parents walking around with a raffle tub. Anyone want to buy a raffle ticket? Loved it. Do love a raffle.
Did you still manage to buy the tickets if you were playing the final? Or?
I'd always just shout, Caroline, just save me one. Save me a ticket. Nothing better than winning some celebrations from Christmas in June.
I was going to say, we won't come on to the prizes as of yet, but we're back underway for the second half between these two. 0-0 so far. They're all to play for. Leg number one. We will find that all-important goal, the all-important break for João Cancelo. Whips it across the box. It's carried away by Edwin van der Sar with two very strong hands.
Big save again from both of these two goalkeepers, whether it's Inform Edison or the icon Van der Sar. Both goalkeepers proving their worth between the sticks.
Ronaldo still with it, scoop turning his way in and around the box. Back to CR7. The danger man still keeps the ball. Who's going to rip it off him? Kuleveski. Back to Bruno Fernandes. CR7, directional nutmeg. It's matched up well by the Swiss defender.
Just seen a little comment in the chat, Brandon. It says the grand final's got him honking like a goose. I gather he's very excited to see who's going to be victorious.
Oh, must have missed my eye.
Big fan of that one.
Of course, this is going to be our final one before we go into those playoffs in a month or two time. There will be a new winner coming out of Qualifier 5. Chance around the corner. João Cancelo is the onside. Goalkeeper movement is used. It's not needed. It's Tomori that clears that one for a corner. Recycle well. Ronaldo. CR7. Steer on his own. The press is just so fierce.
This second,
Felipe.
I was just about to say, second half certainly seems to have started less of a tempo, but that's because both players are just giving each other nothing to work on. I mean, look at the available passes right now. Either he hits a long ball down the line and he's hopeful, or he's just got to try and play into spaces that aren't really there.
Mbappe. On the flip side. Can Bezerra show what he's all about in the box? Neymar! We'll get him underway. With 18 minutes left on the clock.
Great little turn inside the box, wasn't it, from Neymar? Left-footed strike after the ball came into his path. He was just played onside, actually, by, I think it was Reece James. Fake shot inside of his man, and then left-footed strike into the back of the net. SPQR Felipe now deep in the tactical changes with only 17 minutes left to go. However, it is 2 legs of FIFA, so for anyone who is an SPQR fan out there, there's still a lot of time for this game to twist and turn on its route to the final whistle.
Yeah, long way left in this time. However, there is a breakthrough. That's all that matters. "18 minutes left. He loves that finish with Neymar. Sort of goes to the opposite corner that sometimes you'd expect him to go to.
See the substitutions coming on there as well. Diatta and Atal. Atal not starting, interestingly enough, for Felipe. He's typically been a starter for a number of these squads. He's electing to go with Kulisevski, the FUT future star. Atal now introduced.
Yeah, Diatta is so full of pace. Minutes left, just under that, of our first game here. Ronaldo back to Mbappe. Building into this one, is he?
Just needs that one goal just to sort of put that pressure on Bezerra again, but he certainly looks more cool and composed, does Bezerra. Granted, we are still in the first leg where he has showed his better FIFA over the course of the 2 games.
Certainly, and he's had to deal with, as you said, like non-stop press that his opponent in Felipe is just put up in front of him. If you remember rightly, when these two did match up earlier tonight, it was a 2-goal deficit that Bezerra did have. Felipe turned it round. I'm sure that he got the fast-track ticket into the grand final. However, as this can go, Mbappe! Oh, wow.
What a miss. What a miss. It was great build-up again through the centre of the pitch. Mateus involved. Mbappe made his run sort of from deep. Continued and continued and continued, but in the end you expect him to score the first time strike, putting it wide of the post, not even hitting the target.
Last chance saloon here, a minute of added time. Ronaldo, CR7, that's what he's all about. Big match moments require big players. And Cristiano Ronaldo's at the top of the list for that. The directional nutmeg was perfect, the finish was even better. Talk about clutch moments, Cristiano Ronaldo. Look no further.
Mr. Clutch right there, CR7. Directional nutmeg in between two players and smashed in at the near post. One apiece going into leg number 2. It's a one and done to see who will be champion. Will it be SBQR Felipe doing it in one series, or will MGCF Becerra force that bracket reset and send us all the way around again for another game?
As you said, that's as simple as it is. 1-1 at the break. You know, you felt like Felipe was knocking on the door for a chance, Richard, and that's what Ronaldo's all about. In-form Ronaldo, normal Ronaldo, team of the year Ronaldo. He's got a directional nutmeg in his locker. And as you said, Mr. Clutch for those big clutch moments. Have a look at the highlights in the game, because we didn't see a goal for a very long time in the game. It was about the 72nd minute we saw the first goal. And then we questioned, was there going to be another goal? This was the first goal that went in, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Cristiano Ronaldo linking up with Kylian Mbappe. Just look here for Neymar. Peels off his man. That first touch to settle it, and then the fake shot and going the way that he is aiming and just smashing it past the goalkeeper. This is the equaliser on the stroke of the 90th. Bruno Fernandes in around the box. He's just waiting for that little bit of space for Ronaldo. Picks it up. Tomori left for dead. He went in between, 3 different players, and then just rifled it in at the near post. CR7 outside the right foot into the near post, and one apiece going into leg number 2. Perfectly poised to find out who will be victorious.
Yeah, as you said, still plenty to play here in South America in what is our final qualifier of the competitive year on the Xbox. We're going to go to a quick break now, and we're going to be ready for that second leg that's got all to play for between these two. 1-1 at the break between them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time for that huge second leg.
Keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate. But either way, I'ma lead the way. Bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different. Low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's crew. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South American Qualifier number 5. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and the man to my right, Brandon Smith. The birthday boy, Brandon Smith. You've got about 2 hours and 25 minutes left of your birthday. Have you had a good day? Has it been? Have you felt loved? I've actually seen, believe it or not, a lot of positive comments in the Twitch chat saying happy birthday, Brandon.
I know. No, I've been super grateful to get a lot of love today. But I mean, more importantly, mate, I get to spend it with you and Carl and Mike. So it's not been a bad day at all. But we got one more game left potentially tonight, or we've potentially got a bracket reset on our hands. If you don't know the story of South America qualifier number 5 on the Xbox, we're in a bit of an interesting grand final. This is a rematch between two players that did play earlier on tonight. Of course, it was Felipe that won the game when they did match up. He got that fast track ticket into the grand final. On the flip side for that, it was the case for Zera. He had to try and get back in the final. It was all about getting to the playoffs for him. He will be in the Global Series playoffs. Speaking about clutching up, this is the last qualifier of the year, and he's got an incredible bracket run to make it happen tonight. Does he have what it takes, though, Rich, to try and turn it around and make a bracket reset happen? Because I don't know, like, we've seen him play very well tonight in lots of games, but no one in this level. I think it's because it's just such a good level. No one's running away of games at this level because I think everyone's just at such a good level, and it's so hard to try and find those gaps and those really, really standout players.
No, it certainly is. And I mean, look, if there's a frailty to his game, it's been those second leg performances. And he can't afford to have a bad second leg performance now, or the tournament will be over for him. Simple as that.
Of course, let us know in the chat, potentially for the final time tonight, Becerra or Felipe. Who do you think is going to win this one? It will be Felipe from right to left on the flip side. Becerra kicking from left to right. Becerra must win this game to force a bracket reset. Felipe wins. It's all she wrote. And there will be a new champion emerging. Mbappe. Split second. I thought he could have found the feet of Neymar. Went the opposite way into Cristiano Ronaldo. He's had a really sort of different team throughout this whole tournament process. As Becerra, he's a mixture of links in there, whether that be Serie A, whether that be interesting icon selections. The team that's worked for him, there's a reason why he's in a grand final tonight. Felipe. Loves getting the ball into this sort of area now. It's just, where is that final pass? Where is that killer pass to open the door and unlock it? Potentially the chance now. Ronaldo, can he turn his man? Wasn't for Tomori. That would have found the feet of Mbappe, and the rest would have been history. It seems like, Rich, the Twitch chat is all backing Felipe.
Yeah, everyone seeming to be on SBQR's side right now. Everyone backing Felipe. 100%, in fact, of people backing Felipe. Is it going to be correct? That's the question.
Twenty minutes played here. Who's going to take this game by the scruff of its neck? Mbappe. It's a Mr. Reliable. Cristiano Ronaldo, he scored a really big goal for Felipe. 90 plus 1 minute it was. Found the directional nutmeg and the space.
Ronaldo, twisting, turning, firing. Becerra back into the lead, 2-1.
And speaking of Mr. Reliable, well, here he is again. I'm out of the game. I'm out of the time. He's always here and there.
Oh! Oh!
And just like that, we're not done yet. Mbappe. It's the same old finish that you keep on echoing about, Richard. The first time fake shot of dreams.
Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? First time fake shot and then just smash past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner. 2 apiece. Felipe wanting to get this done in 1.
Back all square at 2-2 once again. Chance whips it crossed and finds the feet of Mbappe. 2 goals in quick succession. Mbappe with a slam dunk finish as he runs away in celebration.
Gave the ball away. Becerra in the midfield. Ferland Mendy getting forward. He whipped it into the back post. And then Mbappe stabbing it into the back of the net. For the first time in this series, Becerra now on the back foot and Felipe leading.
Speaking of 1 goal coming, and they all come. It's like that famous London buses phrase. How many more goals are on their way? Mbappe this time. Twinkle toes in the box. Can't find a way around the corner that time. Is this where Felipe starts to try and run away with this one? The second goal would certainly allow that to happen. Offside traps, you've got to be careful when you're spamming them. It could be for another cross now. João Cancelo back to Mbappe. The first half hat-trick for the PSG forward if he was to find another goal.
That is a 4th goal would really put him in a comfortable position with only 45 minutes left to play.
Mbappe. Chance, Mbappe! Grab yourself some popcorn, because we're going to be here all night.
Kylian Mbappe. Beautiful. Directional nutmeg on the edge of the box. Wasn't the animation he might have been looking for, but just knocked it in front of the defender. And then whips that finesse shot into the top bins. 3-3. What a game. What a series.
4 goals in 45 minutes in a grand final. And we're still not done. What more is there to come?
What a half. What a final. What a day. What an evening of FIFA, Brandon. I don't think we've had a tournament as competitive as this one, especially in South America. Typically these finals are relatively one-sided, whereas this particular final, honestly, 5-4, 5-4 penalty shootout, and now we're in this final match and it's 3 apiece.
Again, if you can hear us and you can see the Twitch chat right now, let us know what you're saying. Are you saying is this going to be a bracket reset? Do you think Felipe is going to get the job done and he will be a champion tonight if he can win this game in the next 45 minutes? If, on the other side, Federa wins, we do it all again. 2 more legs of it. And we've had the pleasure, Richard, of following South America this whole year. And I mean, there's so much quality and competitive FIFA all around the world, but there's always just something special about South America. There always is.
No, it really is. I mean, the never say die attitude as well. You can be, 2-3 goals trailing and you're still fighting to get back into the game.
Just the storylines as well. New players emerging. PSG in a breakout year for him this year. Resende, we knew the old guard was always still in the conversation. Now you're looking at potentially another champion in front of your very own eyes right now. Neymar still. Mbappe. Back to Mbappe. It's fortunate. However, The build-up play before that from Neymar was exquisite.
He doesn't care how it goes in. A goal's a goal at the end of the day. Felipe with it to go 4-3 up. This tie, twisting and turning. You don't know where it's going to go.
However, we had 4 goals in the first 45, so let's not think that we're all said and done just yet. He's pulled himself from behind in a couple of losing positions as Becerra. Can you do it again? Ronaldo went for that first time fake shot that we keep on alluding to and talking about. SPQR, this would be their first champion in a long time. They've had players, of course, that have made top 4 runs and some brilliant bracket runs in this competition, including the Conmebol Libertadores. They had players that were capped in that one. This would certainly be up there as one of the biggest achievements this year. Felipe was to take the trophy home and the crown of qualifier number 5. Mbappe, brilliant save, and the Saar was straight down his throat.
That was such a good chance as well. Mbappe at the near post, looking to squeeze it under the keeper.
Ronaldo, Mbappe. The interchange once, twice, 3 times. Final 20 minutes just in front of us. How many more pages does this story have? Cancelo, he's done it all day long. João Cancelo, where's the cutback? Surely, Kulusevski, back to goal.
Penalty.
Goes down to ground. It's going to be a penalty. Into the pause will go. The Swede was judged to be tackled. He went down to ground and the referee said that is a penalty.
Penalty. Is it? Usually you can't pause before penalties.
It's a penalty. It's a penalty.
Are you 100%?
You're right. You are right.
Usually can't pause before a penalty.
But he's running to the spot and he's pointing.
He did. I'm not saying he's not, but all I'm saying is usually can't pause. Maybe in the sort of competitive version you can pause before the pen. I could be incorrect here. Could be a rarity. Richard Buckley could be wrong.
From the reaction of Becerra, it seemed like that way. Well, it's not. It's not a penalty.
I didn't think so.
That's a man that knows his pauses. Well. It looked like one. And we still don't know.
Becerra's going to score.
Go.
We're going extra time.
Mbappe. 17 minutes left on this one. This is your grand final here on the Xbox. Felipe wins this. He is your champion. Qualifier 5. It's done, dusted. And he'll take crown number 5. If Becerra wins, we do it all again, and the bracket, sorry, will be reset. Stand run of Mbappe. Just offside, instead goes out wide to Bender. He's very high from a defensive area. What do you do? You're 10 minutes away, Rich. You go and get a second goal. Do you go and put the game to bed?
You probably think you should, shouldn't you? But these balls are just turning over right now, and Bazera's showed us drama all day. This could be a turnover that's pivotal, though.
Does he want to go forward? Does he just want to slow the clock down? In your mind, you're thinking, you're doubting yourself. Surely I can't throw this one away. Look at the press on the flip side. Decisions have to be good. They have to be quick. That's really well done. About 4 minutes taken out of the game. That's out. Into CR7. Still to play for. 5 more minutes left in this one. Bazera scores, we'll go to extra time. You can see the stamina just flagging on all of his players as that depth's just been notched forward. That press has been constant. Wins the ball back. Renato Sanchez has earned every single coin that he's been purchased for. I mean, so many big interceptions, still not dealt with. 2 minutes plus additional time. Just defend one more attack and you'll be a champion. Win the ball back, says Felipe. And it will be job done. Or Bazera. Has he got more? Surely not. Sanchez.
Oh!
It's a Bender, of all people, to continue the show. We're going to extra time.
Incredible. Tickle me pink. I cannot believe it. We're going to extra time. I called it.
And Lars Bender, of all players on that pitch, scores an equaliser. I don't know what to say. South America, what more have you got?
What a game. This is a final to be proud of, and we really could be going around again, Brandon, if he does win this game. Bazara.
Here we go. Extra time needed. Storyline still remains the same. Felipe wins. He'll be the Xbox champion. Bazara scores. A bracket reset will be formed. One thing to note, there's a couple of players on that pitch now. Their stamina has been drawn down when that press came in quite late into the game. I mean, it's not all the players. The fullbacks still seem to be okay. Mainly just the midfielders. Could be a chance. Mbappe, cheeky chip. Round the goalkeeper. Mbappe still.
Composure.
Where's the cutback? Whips it into the box and into the goal. Felipe will score again.
Felipe, Cristiano Ronaldo. At the back post. I thought the opportunity had gone, but he got up and powered it straight in. Those neck muscles into the back of the net. Huge goal.
We've been here before. We've seen what Bizarro's been all about. Mbappe. Last 5 minutes. Neymar. Back to Matthias again. CR7. Neymar. Oh, no. Just offside. Doesn't matter.
He'll be disappointed he missed anyway, won't he? He missed the target.
Ronaldo nearly got that one off Kevin Mbappe's right boot. Nicely done. Look at the run. It's a running race at the back there. Babu just about wins that one. Added time of a minute. Referee. Or not. Is he playing up? Just the head of the defender there. Just doing enough. Half time and extra time. Felipe. 15 minutes away from securing SBQ or their first major tournament of the FIFA 21 year.
15 minutes. This is a tantalising affair right now. Really, you have to ask yourself, does Bizarro have what it takes?
Just here in the background. Players making their final changes. Throwing everything they have. Here we go. Is there more drama in South America? Jones comes on, so does Rashford and Alessandrini. That looks like a change made there. And now to conclude the tie, Cristiano Ronaldo into a towel. Surely that is game, set, and match. There will be a new champion in town in South America. And SBQR finally have their man.
Breathing space between the two sides for the first time in this entire grand final. Yusuf Attal with the goal. I thought he sent him a little bit too wide, I'll be honest with you. Becerra needs to get a goal, but SBQR Felipe steals it back and could be in again.
Oh, he's going to run away with this at this rate. Another goal to conclude it, Ronaldo. On the flip side, just take time out of the game. Eight minutes left. You would think this is game over. However, anything can happen. Renato Sanchez, he's got no options around him. That's not going to help him at all. 5 more minutes. Alessandrini can't pickpocket Varane. Ball still bouncing around the bar.
What a save.
That save there wins you the tournament.
Tournament winning save right there from Edison. The ball bouncing around.
Well, he's done enough. He has not lost a single game throughout this whole qualifier process in South America. Well, the 104 verified players that turned up to compete, only one man can remain. $5,000 in his back pocket. Right now, he sits in 8th in the Global Series rankings. However, with this result, I'm telling you, he should be pushing the top 5.
Oh, absolutely.
Just around the corner from Valen.
Yeah.
And here we go. That is game, set, and match. SBQR have the champion in Felipe. His first major tournament. He will be in the playoffs, and he will be another name that will be feared in South America. He can't just believe what he's just achieved. Incredible scenes. Congratulations.
Joining the likes of PH and Resende in the winners column is SPQR Felipe. Congratulations. Huge tournament, huge victory, and truly deserved.
There we go. Incredible scenes. Commiserations on the flip side to that man. Becerra just did not have enough left in the tank. Clever for him. He came in for playoffs. Yes, of course, he would have wanted to be a champion. Of course, he would have wanted to take the trophy home. But playoffs for him, he's still got another tournament in his locker, Richard, this year. And for making a top 2, he's going to get some very decent Global Series points. I wouldn't be surprised if he came in about 12th or 11th into the playoffs. I don't think he'll be 16th.
Well, also, just talk of confidence as well. He's going in super confident. He's had his best result of the season going into the playoffs. I can see him doing big things and maybe even sneaking a spot to the World Cup Grand Final.
Well, you never know. Let's have a look at those highlights from the game. It was a nip and tuck game. This half here, Rich, we had 4 goals in 45 minutes, and the first one came after 24.
Oh, it was an incredible first half, wasn't it? The second leg kicking off in the only way possible that we know how. And really, when you consider the implication as well, he had to win this series to set us up for the game too. Every time that Felipe got back into the game, Becerra just got himself in front, and it took all the way until extra time for Felipe to finally turn the tide.
It always is the case. We talk about this all the time when you play in such a competitive game where there's nothing between the two of you. You have to score 1, you have to score 2. Your opponent always has to chase you, and sometimes it just gets a little bit too much. That goal from Mbappe just sort of stabbed the ball into the back of the net. At that point, we're thinking, okay, in a little bit more of control, then we get another goal back. Becerra showing exactly what he is all about in these sort of moments. Mbappe, brilliant sort of touch into the space and a rocket into the top corner. That made us all square again at 3-3. And then there was more goals.
There was indeed. Neymar inside the box. Beautiful close control. Played back to Bruno Fernandes. Neymar again. One little round the corner. Very fortunate with how the ball rebounded back to Mbappe. A shake of the head there from Becerra. And also a shake of the head from Felipe. He wasn't happy that he scored it. But the goal's a goal at the end of the day. And with that one right there, great save from Van der Sar. Should have been a goal. And what about this for late drama? 90th minute. Lars Bender, out of all the players to get himself up inside the box, making a run in behind the defender, pointing where he wants it. There, yep, play it. I'm in. This is my time to shine. And slotting it past the goalkeeper. 4-4 took us into extra time.
Yeah, it did indeed. And at that point, we're thinking, where is this game going to go? Then Felipe grabbed the game by the scruff of his neck. That ball into Mbappe. We thought he overworked it. We thought he overplayed it. Cristiano Ronaldo at the back post, let the highest, and put Felipe into the lead. At that point, we thought, okay, is he going to be in front? And then, as you can see, the second half as it planned out, there was the second goal that for me was just like, this is job done now. There is no way back. A really clever pass, one of those, you know, sweaty or not, it's a guaranteed goal. This is a grand final. You want to put the game to bed, and that's exactly what he was able to do.
Yeah, taking the guarantee, just sliding it back post, and that is how he won the tournament. You can see the stats from both individual matches right there. Didn't take the bracket reset for Becerra. He was unable to solidify his spot in the championship column. Instead, SPQR Felipe coming through the winners bracket and claiming the winners top spot.
Yeah, congratulations. We said SPQR Felipe will join the five titles that have been won. We'll bring in Carl and Mike to talk about that one as we break down today's action in total. Guys, what do we make of that one? A new winner in South America, and I think Mike was saying at the beginning of the show, he echoed it. We'll echo it now 4 hours later. Just new names in South America, but it's still at such a ridiculous level.
Incredible level indeed, yeah. And actually, I think all of us, well, we were all communicating during that matchup. Let's be honest, we didn't know where it was going to go. All of us talking when the goals were going in. Mike LaBelle, I mean, it was great to see our reactions. I just wish that we had cameras on us at all times so we could capture the moments that the audience don't see, all of our reactions to the goals.
I don't know if you want our reactions. They're up, they're down. They're going to say the bias is in. And I know that Brandon's had a birthday adventure now. I'm sure that he's like, all right, let's make this happen. Extra time again. Let's go. Where's the reset? Let's go.
I mean, it was so close to being a bracket reset. So you have got to say, Becerra, congratulations. Well done to him. Brandon, I echo what you said. He will be climbing up those FIFA Global Series rankings right there. However, SPQR's Felipe, Mike LaBelle, he held on. He is the champion. What impressed you about his performance?
Same as I said earlier on today, his composure, the way that he was able to handle scenarios and situations. We're going to look at a couple of those shortly, but I was really impressed. He's a young guy that's able to handle these mature situations. You want to win events, you want to be at the top of such a competitive region in South America, you've got to have the composure, you have to have the readiness, you have to have the maturity, you've got to have the ability. He's got it all. So congratulations to Felipe. Congratulations to SPQR. They did a great job with that. Fantastic. I mean, this guy was ready.
He was ready indeed. You asked for it, Mike. You said we're going to have a look back at some of the action. Let's do that. It is time for our play of the day, presented by Mercado Libre.
And this is the go-ahead. This is the helper. This is that creation of some separation. Or maybe it's not quite. I just don't have this in my arsenal, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit more. You see the whip. Beautiful, beautiful goal there. The whip cross is new to FIFA 21, and Mbappe makes it look relatively simple. Play of the day, and we had a lot of interchanging of results in this matchup in general, and you're always going to look for space down these wings. Anytime you can find some of the space, it makes life easier on you. It's typically where you find some of that extra oomph. You see that new Mendy, and Mbappe finishes at home. It might look like another day in the office, but that's what you're supposed to take care of. You got to be able to convert. Both these guys were able to convert, and I think it's a win-win kind of in the grand scheme of everything. I'm sure when Becerra came in today, he said, I want to make playoffs. I want to solidify that I'm going to playoffs. And then for Felipe, I'm sure that he was saying, I'm already in the upper bracket. I could do this. I got self-belief. I want to represent my organization proper. And also a couple of the household names aren't here. And I mean, let's call it how we see it. They're not here. That means they lost. It doesn't mean that they just chose not to play, but they're not here. So it's time for somebody new to go ahead and have that claim to grab a trophy or a throne or something to celebrate. A plate. Do you remember when we used to have plates? I'll take one of those. I don't like doing dishes. Give me a plate.
It was SPQR's Felipe who managed to get the trophy, plate, throne, whatever you want to call it right there. I'm just going to point out as well, it was Ferland Mendy who put the cross in for that. I chose Mendy for the FUT Birthday. Just to let you know that it was my guy that I chose that was dominant and prominent throughout the attack right there. Let's move on anyway, because I can see Richard Buckley's not impressed with me trying to impress you all right there. He doesn't care one bit.
I mean,
all right, so
water is wet. Phil and Mendy's playing Ultimate Team. Let's what we're trying to achieve here, Kyle. What we're trying to achieve, mate?
Kyle, let me give you a squad. All right, so we've got Kyle Walker plays with Kyle Walker. He's got the informed center back every game he's there, and then he's got the Varane and the Mendy on the other side. You already know what he's gonna do. Kyle tries to put Kyle Walker and Kyle Walker in the same team, but thankfully it wasn't allowed. Otherwise, we'd be dealing with the right back and the center back on the same collaborative team. Squad up. Even the goalkeeper version. Remember when you had a goalkeeper version for a minute?
I'm surprised you're not throwing Kyle Walker-Peters in there as well, just to try and get a little bit more name value.
I mean, I do that, and I've got prime icon moments R9 up top. Just saying, I'm just saying, all right. Anyway, let's move on right now. Let's have a look at our bracket. This is how all of our action unfolded right here. Yes, you can see it in front of your eyes. We started the day with the winners bracket final. MGCF Becerra took on SPQR Felipe. It was Felipe who came out on top. He went through to the grand final. Then we dropped down into our losers bracket. Gabriel taking on Valen. Valen came out on top representing Crew Esports. He took on Becerra. Becerra came out with the W. He went through to that grand final hoping to seek revenge. He needed to force the bracket reset, but it wasn't meant to be, and it was SPQR's Felipe who is our fifth and final champion here in South America in the FIFA Global Series 21 regional qualifiers. What a day it has been, and tomorrow we get to do it all again. Yes, we move across to the PlayStation side of things, and look at that, another shock Well, there's two names that we do know. Paolo Neto hoping to right the wrongs. He takes on CA21 Wilkins right there. But Nicholas 99 FC, the Iceman, well, he's in the losers bracket. Can he climb all the way through? Amaru Magic will be hoping to stop him right there. Guys, are you ready to go? Oh, Richard Buckley.
Is that Ulabari?
I'm just channeling my inner Uli for a new winner. Okay, a new winner in South America. It's a fantastic day.
It is a fantastic day indeed. Uli, if you are watching, well, you've been represented on stream right there. Richard Buckley has got your back. What a day it has been. Let's get some final thoughts from you all. Mike LaBelle, I'll start with you. What an exciting day. Are you ready to go again tomorrow?
I'm ready for tomorrow. Congratulations to all the competitors today. They all made the playoffs, which is really important, and that's the at least first priority of the next step. So congrats, and then happy birthday to Brandon. You got a year older. I'm happy that some time to celebrate. I know Brandon wants to get done with work. I'm sure he wants to have a drink, do something, right? Like, come on, happy birthday. Give him a moment.
I want a bracket reset.
Oh, well, all right. Richard, I'll come to you for final thoughts, then I'll come to Brandon. Good day today?
Yeah, great day. I've never seen so... Oh, yeah, it's really competitive. I mean, all the games, super extra time, everything.
I'm just sending vibes and compliments to you guys. Vibes and compliments over here. I'll give you a virtual balloon. I just don't have anything. I'm ready to go.
Happy birthday, Brandon.
Thank you.
Brandon, what a way to spend your birthday.
Yeah.
We didn't get a bracket reset. I would have wanted to spend more time with you. But now at least you've got more time to go play Weekend League and get, 4 wins out of 30 or something? I don't know.
No. We're in the gold game.
Today's my let-off.
Yeah,
today's my let-off, all right? You can give me that tomorrow.
Okay.
I've heard, though, I've got a delayed birthday present. It's coming tomorrow night. It's a bracket reset, so make sure you're here for it.
Yes, make sure you are here for it. Make sure as well, Richard Buckley sorted you out a present. It should be arriving quite soon, all right? The delivery
I've been
will
speaking
be
to the producers. We got something coming for you, Brandon. Just wait.
Just you wait, indeed. I don't know what it is. It could be anything. Brandon's scared. I'm scared. What a day it has been. We go again tomorrow in, as I said, the 5th and final regional qualifier here in South America. Yes, we turn our attentions to the PlayStation side of things. Paolo Neto, that's a name you know. Nicholas 99 FC. Make sure you tune in. From myself, Mike LaBelle, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, it's time to say goodbye. Stay safe, and we'll see you for day 2 tomorrow.
The beast that I wanted, the peace route. Somebody go tell them what I'm all about. Putting in work hard, I'm on now. Y'all been looking like some Boy Scouts. Starting these fires, but not really having desires. Pull it together, y'all looking real stupid. If you ain't in love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. Some told me that I couldn't do it, so I had to work on improvement. Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. Facing all of my ops, kill them off with the rock. You cannot stop what I got. My power come from up top. Good God. All of the blessings keep coming. I'ma need time to keep counting them up, keep lining them up. I'm filling my cup. I'm overflowing. Now we running it up, run it up. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. We came for the win. Hey. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. I said what I said. Oh yeah. Ain't no other option. Ain't no way you stopping. We go hard and so don't need to gain a profit. Put us in the trenches. We came off the benches, ready for the action. This is really passion. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head. You do this in bed. No time for the meds. I'm losing control. I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode.
to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. 'Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up.